welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. Hi. I'm sorry, I'm a tiny bit late. As per typical, I was a little bit ramble, rush around, get the things. Hello. Oh, and there you go, Lahawk. I said that like be right back specifically because I was expecting this kind of stuff from you guys to all hit at once, and I'm like, I won't be paying attention. Don't do it yet. And you did it as soon as I say hi, of course. Thank you, Lahawk. Let's drop some money frogs. Let's drop lots of money frogs for the resubs. I will be scrolling back through the chat quickly just because I want to make sure I didn't miss too much. Pay no attention to the god of the underworld that just came in. Too late. Okay. Turd. Interesting suggestion. Sag, I can't use the emotes, but have people like them. Yes! Annie, thank you so much for making those. I'm glad that they are here, and I would like to figure out ways that I could give you specifically them, because it feels illegal that you can't use what you have made. That's illegal. But yeah, that would be great. Hi Yar, hi Annie, hi Mask, hi Turd, hi Hades, hi Toast, hi Long. But I still gotta scroll. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Yes, I see about. Okay, good. I didn't miss too much. Yay! Okay. I do the last adjusts. And I hydrate. Ooh, dunk. Dunk. Alright, so I do have our SCPs up as my little schedule that I have started to do now. I hope that you appreciate. I will be forcing myself to keep to a schedule now. How dare I? Okay, Long. After first story. I am doing the fishing stories. So the Hi Nuriakia, welcome in. I have the fishing stories first. Oh, unfortunately I has no fish. Command. I have no fish game. I know we should. No, we cannot ban coffee. I feel it is illegal. It would be too alienating. I'm sorry, Yar. I'm sorry, but we're gonna read about fish. I'll read. We have read the initial saga, some fishing tales, and then we have fishing trips and catch of the day. I just found when we got this suggested, I'm pretty sure it was originally from Nuriakia to check this out. I'm tickled by it. So we're gonna keep checking out all of the rest of them. And there's only the 3 more in this world, and one of them's a -J. And that's fun. And so that'll be fun. And then we will, if we have lots of time left, because we might have lots of time left, I think I have some certain short reads from a certain suggestion somewhere in here as well. Oh, Yar. Those are the worst things. I think people have liked them. Ah, Violetta! Look at that little panda on fire. I was saying, yep. Oh, thank you, Annie. You cute. But we need to drop our money emotes. Thank you, Violetta. Thank you for resub. I appreciate very much. Okay. As I am finally getting back into, it's been a minute. big long break for all the holidays is timesings, and now we back. Yay! But my brain is a little bit like, how does this work? Hmm? So forgive if I am odd. But okay, so we have the fishing council. That was just the hub page. We can get rid of that. Yes. This thing. This bit. Move that. Get out the way. My desk is a mess. It's not that messy. It's just that I feel like I have to. Well. I'm glad you like those little guys. If you didn't know, I had 3 Doros. That first one, Annie just gave, I think. My memory's not always great. You guys kind of know this. And then the next 2 that I don't think anyone's really got, but maybe I have access. Yeah, I have access. So the first one was just Annie. And then these 2 beauties were thanks to Vi. Look at them. Look at the cuties. Yay. It's my first emotes. That's me. It's me. It's not the freaking frogs. It's me. And I think you did a very good job. You even got my little heart. Got the little squibble in the middle. It's a little heart. Look at them. I don't have frog on head today because it's spooky stories. Even though one of them's gonna be a joke, they could be scary. And these are gentle little frogs that like to hang out with me. Happy you like them? Of course I like them. I wish I knew how many bits I have already gave. How do you check that? I don't know how to check that. That's a very good point. That's something you should be able to. Hey, magic mods that know everything, please let me know. Please let me know. Well, also we're working on other stuff. There's other slots for the emotes, but we didn't gain any new emotes, and so maybe things will get reshuffled. Don't go hurting yourself to like give money. Don't do that. 2,000 more. Jeez, yeah, no rush. don't worry about that. But they might end up somewhere else instead, and I'm a little sad that I don't have them dancing. I wanted to make them in their like gift or reward thing the dancing ones, but they don't do that, and so instead they're just solid. But maybe that's how you'll get access to one of them at some point. I'll make them dance. Yeah, I like to dance. Yeah, that guy. But we'll see. Anyway, where was I don't know. Zoinks. We're gonna frickin' read. We're gonna finally get back to reading. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do here? Isn't that what the name says? It's what it says on the tin, right? Ah! No, I'm just chatty. I'm just excited to see you guys. I'm gonna delay. I'm gonna be a problem. Yay! oh, I'll tell you lot. I'll tell you this. I'm getting ready for the D&D stream. There's gonna be lots that I have to do, like a lot of stuff that I has to do. But I'm getting this stuff and I'm getting excited. It's coming together. It's gonna take a while, but it's coming together. Okay. A man fishes in Wyoming. What a wild title. I mean, who'da thunk? Fishing in Wyoming by a man. How is this an SCP? I don't freaking know, but we're gonna find out. Okay, so it opens with a map photo of just 5 states. It has Idaho, Montana, Dakota, just says Dakota on it, so old, Wyoming, Nebraska. and it's in the like yellow, pink, blue with pink outlines. It looks very old. It looks like a whole old freaking map. I would like. Oh, you can't really hear me? So I clicked one thing. I clicked one thing on OBS that had nothing to do with the mic, and it said, rude. You're not paying attention to me. Fuck you, OBS. That's all it takes. But anyway, I'm glad you told me, or else I wouldn't have noticed. So rude. It is. It is so rude. Aces, it is. But yes, okay, so old map of them states, I guess. OBS is more sensitive than a child with anxiety in a field of angry chickens. Oh no, not wrong. But I feel like, is that sensitive when a child is in a field of angry chickens, or is it warranted? I feel like that's warranted. Yes, get your dino nuggies. Get some eeps. Ooh, sounds good. Yes. Okay. When Greg Albanester opened the email, he was confused as to why he, a naval architect, had been invited to visit Area 150 in the landlocked and oddly rectangular state of Wyoming. Gerg? No, not Gerg, is Greg. I like Gerg as a name. LaHonk, don't make me bonk you myself. Mods, bonk him. Bonk this charlatan thief attempt. It's illegal. Oh, he lurked. He ran. He's hiding from the bonk. Okay. Thank you, Kate. Continuing to read alienated some of this uncertainty, as it often does. The Foundation area nestled alongside Teton was interested in his research on the large-scale application of thaumaturgical concealment, dazzle runes, as he called them. His invitation to the upcoming symposium had been attached as he opened to file. His eyes buzzed over the names, unfamiliar and familiar. He spotted the name of Daniel Ashworth and his talk Runes 101, or How Not to Burn Your House Down When Making Morning Coffee. Very important thing to learn among the list. The event was scheduled to last from Wednesday to Tuesday, with a break over the weekend. It included information on panels, conferences, lecturers, meal times, and accommodations, as well as local security info, travel advice, and suggestions for weather-appropriate clothing, all in 5 languages. Well, I'm curious which 5. What the information didn't cover, he noted, was what guest speakers were supposed to do over the weekend, between the Q&As and the hot lunches. Not that that was a problem for Greg. I really want to call him Gerg now the whole time. Cage, dang it. Not Gerg. Okay. He already had something in mind. Considering what freaking story hub this is in, I get the feeling it's not gonna be musical theater. I think this man's gonna go fishing. It picks up. Birds were still singing the dawn chorus as Greg coaxed his rental into the end of the gravel road. Pulling over and pulling up the handbrake, he hopped out and walked to the flatbed of the pickup. His well-stowed supplies awaited. Slipping out of the white runners and into the and into the familiar forms of the knee-high fishing boots, there you go, Greg felt himself settle. The conference had been existing? I think they mean exciting. Existing, for sure. But that much time cooped up could make one yearn for an open sky. The lengthy argument he had endured between whether the word was thaumaturgy or thaumatology hadn't helped. Since everything has been thaumaturgy, why would it be thaumatology? Who the heck asked? In that world, is that like something between astrology and astronomy? I imagine if it is. Anyway, as he walked to the riverbed, brow shaped beneath a beneath a wide-brimmed hat, tackle in one hand and rod in the other, Greg found himself at peace. He surveilled the area around him. The water was blue and shimmering. A subtle current towards the center pushed through the languid banks. Down the river, another angler stood. Angular or angler? I don't know. A line already cast. Greg gave the figure a wave before retreating to a mutually understood and agreeable distance. An unspoken recognition based in unadversarial competition and camaraderie. Stooping to pick up a tackle from the box, he raised himself to his full height, drawing the rod back and casting it forward in a fluid, practiced motion. It glided through the air before hitting the water with a satisfying and resounding plunk. Now, Greg knew, came the waiting. Sir, in this world we have a statue that'll snap your neck if you don't look at it. Pronunciation is the least of our worries. Or pronunciation. But I agree. Hades. Turgitology. I don't give a fuck. Just study this shit so we don't die. That's all that matters right now. Agreed. Okay. It was Distract Raven time, and I lost myself. Alright, it was a story break. It was perfect. Okay. It breaks and then it picks up. He considered himself a patient man. A lifetime of fishing had taught him they would bite when they did, and his role was merely to encourage that event, not cause it. As he waited, he let his mind wander, drifting over fishing trips long gone. On their honeymoon, he and Susan had gone hiking through the Rockies. At one point, they'd come across a bear, haunches deep in the stream. Greg knew he shouldn't have gotten as close as he had, but couldn't help it. Seeing the animal so in its element, so present, had inspired him to be sturdy and steadfast, with the reflexes to catch a jumping salmon. That was what it took to be a true fisherman. Did I freaking freeze? I see that. I saw that in my peripheries. I'm all janky. What the heck? When I'm sad. Okay, it's caught back up. Oh, BS, why you gotta be so mean? Or, I guess that's not you, that's internet. Ugh, internet. Hello, Gary, welcome in. Perfect timing while I was yelling at my internet. Okay. But the memories of Susan still hurt even after all these years later. Oh no, what happened to Susan? He turned his attention to the stream, shutting down high-processed thoughts to ground himself in the present, which worked for some time. However, Greg was beginning to grow a little irritated. The sun had slowly crept across the horizon, pushing the shadows of the nearby trees in a lazy, curving arc. And yet there were no bites. He had slowly worked his way through each piece of tackle in his box, carefully selecting again and again from the numerous colorful shapes and forms, meticulously designed to be irresistible to any fish. He bought most of them out himself? Anyway, but some had been handed down to him from his father. Greg had tried making his own, but recreating the natural forms of bug and bait never quite worked out the way he intended. He didn't mind. It was nice to feel tethered to something, someone in a physical way. No one could be good at everything, and folk just needed to find what they were good at. He picked one of the lures out carefully. It was worn with age, bleached by sun and salt. It was one his father had shown him how to string onto the line when he was just a boy. He cast the line out now, just as he had then. Turd, don't do that! Don't do that! You do not need that many free bits. You will live without the Doros. You will have them again later one day. You'll be okay. Okay. And yet there were still no bites. He had walked up and down along the banks, casting his rod in the shallows, the quick-running river, and along the far bank. He had waded in, stood on the rocks, and even brought a small stool from the truck. Sitting for a moment, he felt the briefest of tugs, a mere drag on the line. Springing into action, he stretched his eyes to where it bobbled on the surface. Elation slipped into disappointment, however, when he recognized the cause was nothing more than a snag on a floating leaf. Steeling his resolve, he reeled the line in and cast it out again, believing as he did that patience and dedication would be inevitably rewarded. Turt is a dead pig? What? Who is this old pig girly? What are you doing? That's a cute one. Okay, and yet, agonizingly, still, there were no bites. Greg knew that the fish were there. He could see them, shadows shifting in the icy blue, a row of indecent scales. Do we mean iridescent instead of indecent? Why are we calling these fish sinful? What? A row of indecent scales? What? Okay, glimmering in the soft sun. But for whatever reason, they weren't biting. Not a nibble, not a tug. And then it breaks, and I'm freaking lagging again. This time I didn't catch you lagging, you little shit. Okay. I will have to worry about this another time. Okay. Dear Lady Laggy, I know, I'm so mad. So sad. That's very cute. That's very cute. Okay. But it picks up again with the... How dare you bloop your lips like that? What bloops did I do? What bloop are you talking about? I don't know what I did. What do you mean, bloop? I'm scanning my brain. I don't remember anything. I think your computer forgot how to stream. Sometimes it seems to do. I think it was just internet, which makes me confused how to fix it, besides trying to figure out yelling at internet. I don't know anything other than yell at internet as a solution. Okay. But it picks up. The disinterest continued as the sun crept lower in the sky, and Greg knew he would have no choice but to pack things up, defeated. No, the fish. That's what I meant. Indecent fish. Oh. Saucy little guys. Oh no, I'm thinking of a reference. Oh no, I can't stop. Oh goodness. Does anybody know what I'm referencing when I mention Carl fish? Maybe they're the indecent fish. Maybe. No. It's lagging again. Or the bitrate just went to shit. Yeah, it's gonna lag. What's funny is that on OBS it says it's happy, but on Twitch it says it's mad, even though it's at good numbers. Maybe the Wi-Fi is better, but it's still not at best. Interesting. Okay, I don't know what that was. The sun was creeping lower in the sky, yes, and Greg knew he would have no choice but to pack things up, defeated. As he reeled in the line for the final time that day, he glanced downriver where the older angler, yes, this time it says angler, still stood, gaze fixed into the churning waters. Grabbing 2 beers from the cooler in his truck, Greg sloshed along the shallows towards the figure. As he approached, the face of the man grew clearer. Weather-aged and battered, hidden behind a great wall of salt gray beard, he waved his hands with the drinks as he approached. The man nodded approvingly. "So," began Greg, inquiring, "how goes it?" "It's all right," the glacial voice answers, adjusting the rod slightly. "You come here often?" Greg continues, coaxing out a response as he passed the can to the man. That sentence bounced between... Yeah, we're bouncing between present and past tenses, and it's a little confusing. Doesn't seem like the best spot for me, Greg admitted. Haven't had so much... Oh, sorry, I skipped that. Most days, yep, the figure answers, accepting the drink and bracing it against the reel. Doesn't seem like the best spot for me, Greg admitted. I haven't had so much as a nibble the whole time. That's typical, the man answered. He hooked the tab with his thumb, breaking the seal in a hiss, before raising the drink to his mouth and swallowing a few slow gulps before continuing. Nothing much interesting ever happens in Wyoming, but that last sentence is a link, and I am checking it out. And it's Wyoming, like no place on earth, with just some postcards of Wyoming. That's cute. That's all this little extension is. It's just photos of Wyoming and postcards. There's no text besides the title, Wyoming, no place on earth. Like no place on earth. Silly. Cute. This whole entry was a bit funky with some stuffs. Think we needed a visit from an editor a little bit. Not big deal, but a little bit easy to get lost. Well, okay. The history, the tradition of these fishing council stories being mildly boring continues. Thanks, guys. Nothing happened. Except for we met a guy with a gray beard that confirms that nothing really happens. What? We didn't even get to hear about what the guy was going to talk about, really. Okay. A man fishes in Wyoming, or rather, his inability to do so. The end. Okay, we're gonna go ahead into triggers next. And all I've got so far is a rage puff. So I'm gonna give you guys a minute to maybe give me something else as well, cause I don't know if I'm ready to jump into a rage puff right away. First redeem of the new year. Immediately. Rage puffing. Let's read that. Ah, Herbert, you're up. You're the second. Rage puffing and Herbert. First 2 redeems of the new year. Yay. Oh no. first stream yawn of the new year. Nothing is more fitting. You're not wrong. Okay. Alright, so we'll do rage and singing, frog and bowl, and then maybe more, or maybe not. Ooh. I was sitting on my legs just a little bit, and now they're all tingly. Wake up, legs! I promised you I had legs. If I did not, how would they be tingly right now? They're just not people legs. Oops. Okay, sorry. Distracted. I feel like Corbett should go first. I'm not ready to do rage first, but it is more fitting that way. I think I should. Oh, I don't know. Corbett isn't helping with his cold eyes. Intense stares. Okay, fine. I'll do a rage puff first. Harbert is always watching. Incorrect. I now make him face the wall. It's unsettling. He was watching too much. It was creepy. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, buddy. Oh no. A voice. Okay, we're gonna rage puff. I guess. Harbert is not in trouble. He's just a lot. Always watch. I'm not gonna try and do that voice right now. Oh, lag. How do I fix you? How do I fix you? Okay. We're gonna be looking at how to fix my frickin' Wi-Fi. Driving me nuts. Okay. Rage puff. Hey, you're supposed to be visible now. There you go. That felt short, but I'm pretty sure that was a minute. No? I don't know. It felt like it was short. Big yawn. Hey, shut up. I'm not R2D2. I don't think. Okay. Wormcourt. No, not Wormcourt. I'm sorry. We got it wrong. interesting one to caption like that. Or like no syllables. I know, I'm sorry. Mildly intentional. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Okay, Horbert. Horbgord. It's time. Horbgord. I do like your. Oh my gosh, my voice. I do like your captions. I just was intentional this time. I didn't want to make it easy. Perfect pen mask. Now I want to do more Horbgord. Ah, don't fall. Oh my gosh. He almost jumped out of my hand. There you go. The little extra. I'm not being mean. I just gave you extra Horbert. Gonna call me mean. I gave that for free. Next up is Bowl. It's bowl time. He's planning his escape. He's attempting. Now that he can't look at me the whole time, because I make him face the wall. He must be jumping to try it. One day. Never. You keep your little triangle toes on that little bench. And don't stare at me like the creepy little self you are. Okay. Singing bowl. Oh my goodness. Yawns attack time. It always happens. Okay. That one was hurting my ears just a little bit. I think I needed to adjust the volume on that because there was just a little bit too much of hearing it twice right now. I was like, it ring, and it kind of ouch. I'm glad you were cozy. It was just a little bit much from my end. But there was bowl. Okay. Oh. Oh, I'm ready for this. Oh no. I think I am. The next story is the joke one. So I'm excited. Unless you have any more redeems, I will wait patiently for further redeems. I forgot I should do that. It's obsidian reads, not obsidian waits, so I thought I would keep on with the reads. And I guess I should wait. But nobody's saying nothing, so maybe I'm okay. Maybe? Okay, we'll just go ahead. Oh, Kalimba. I should have known. If you give Mask a moment, we'll request Kalimba. Give a minute. I will collect Kalimba. Dunk. It dunk when I take it from bookshelf. It does that a lot. Noisy little box with twingy things. That's all the Kalimba is. I don't think we'll be using that little booklet. It's all holiday. We don't anymore. You are the Kalimba bird. You're oh my goodness, You're not the Kalimba bird. You're the Kalimba red panda / scrumped emote. I mean you are bird, but also like that's all I see you as is your emotes. You scrumped too much. That is Mask in my head. That one. It's not even you. It's somebody else. But it's so you. Okay. Yes! I'm excited for them. Lahonk said was getting nuggies and eeps and then lurked away. And I think we will do the go to bed song. Lahonk would not be missed. Incorrect, Mask. We will miss Lahonk. Don't you dare. It's just also Kalimba time, so I thought I would do that. And that went not incorrect, but a little stumbly, so I want to go again. What did I do? does this somehow feel wrong? Somewhere in my brain that disconnected. Anyway. I don't know why that one line I don't know why that one line kept being weird for me there, but it was. There is your kalimba, lots of kalimba. There you go, you're welcome. I bonked it over there, but was very quiet, so that's good. Okay, now story. Alright. So, the next one is a number. Wow, can you imagine? It's SCPs, and it has SCP numbers. But look at this. Why is it looking small? Why do the numbers look small? Don't those usually look bigger? Did somehow the font go smaller? Nope. It's just small. It's just been a minute, I guess. Maybe if I didn't have the spaces between all them. No, it still weirdly looks small. Okay. But it's a joke one. So get excited. It's gonna be silly. It says SCP-6269J Development Proposal Codename Kingfisher. Oh, the Kingfisher. Okay, everything is set up. It has below it what looks like kind of like it's supposed to be one of the Foundation little logos, but it looks wrong. I don't know what to think about it. Instead of the usual, it's a circle with 2 arrows pointing in at the bottom third, but then the top center third line is orange, or maybe it's supposed to be like a weird Lego hand or crab claw, but it ain't an arrow, and it's weird, funky. Anyway, and then below that there is a grayscale painting. This is kind of like the previous fishing stories where we had some paintings cutting up the story. They would interrupt and it would be pretty clearly the same artist or same kind of scape even. Very much the same feel to each of the paintings, and maybe that'll happen here, but this is all gray and it's a bunch of fish. Well, fishy things, some of them in kind of pieces. We have... Hey, welcome. Come in. We're doing fish stories. I think that's a basket, and this is a fish, and that looks like a fish that's partly scaled. And that I can't really tell, but maybe that's the same. Maybe it's a chopped fish. I don't know what's going on there. It's hard to tell, especially with the gray. That's just a fish. He's just on the table. That's, I think... What is that one called? Oh, I forget. But that guy's clearly a little bit cut up. And that fish, I think, is black, unlike the other one. So I can't really see if it even is a fish. And that's a crab. That's a crab on the corner of the table. And then there's some, like, shelly things. Like those are mussels, and that's an oyster. And some of them are open, and some of them are just shells. And I think that's a teeny bit of seaweed. But it feels very old painting, like medieval-ish. Why is it in gray? Makes it hard to see. And then we have what is clearly like a letter or notice that has been sent out that is just above the proper like SCP file beginning. That looks like the new file where it has the bars at the top for the level of secrecy, and they have the WMIS type little logos, all of that. This comes before that. It says the acquisition of sufficient and nutritious sustenance has plagued our organization, both practically and morally, since its conception. Does that imply that they were worried about food being morally okay? What were they eating before it was morally okay? Oh no. Okay, our pursuit of a food source capable of enabling our personnel to security, undertake research initiatives, contain anomalous threats, and protect humanity has led us to be complacent in unethical and unsustainable farming practices. Oh, okay. And resulted in a noticeable dietary absence of omega-3 fatty acids and vitamins such as D and B2. I see where this is going. We have done this because there was no other choice. This is no longer the case. From this day forward, our foundation will no longer supply innocent souls with processed, artificial, high fructose foodstuffs in the dark. Their food pyramids will remain balanced in the light. We have a new approach. It's very sustainable. And at the bottom corner it says Greg Albernester, Site 184 Prime. So our Gerg that we just read about is the one that sent that little notice. What damn you, stream and Wi-Fi being shit. Cooperate. Don't make me hate you. Oh god, oh god, what is that? Oh, something looks terribly photoshopped. No. Okay, I have scrolled. See the rest of the top of the thing. So we have SCP-6269J Development Proposal Overview. And then it says SCP-6269, 4 orange bars, level 4 secret. Containment class Thaumiel, secondary class Sustainable. Disruption class Valam, risk class Caution. Proposed containment procedures dash usage. To ensure its proper use by trained anglers, SCP-6269J may only be operated in accordance with the rules and regulations stipulated in John Morwood's The Magic of Fishing, Henry Gilbey's The Complete Fishing Manual, Jeremy Wade's How to Think Like a Fish, and other lessons from a lifetime in angling, Shelley Walchak's 52 Rivers, A Woman's Fly Fishing Journey, and finally, Ernest Hemingway's Old Man and the Sea. Additionally, due to the relation between SCP-6269J and SCP-6269, I wonder... No, the curiosity's gonna kill me. I gotta go over there. I gotta see what the heck 6269 normally is. What are you normally? And not J form 6269. I will be skimming what you are. Oh! Looks like it's just a, multiversal claw machine is what it's called. Foundation developed coin-operated Eigen machine utilized for the ethical acquisition of D-class personnel. Oh, that does not sound good. This makes me not so pleased. I don't know. We're gonna click out of that. Anyway. As we come back to our J file, the much funner file. It's basically if you go to the 6269 file, the weird claw thing image is is the same thing here, except add a fishing reel and a hat that looks like you would classically see on a fisherman, but like new and pretty, not like well worn or filled with lures on the top like they often are. No, it's just like a chill version. With I will note the line is going down, so it looks kind of like this claw is suspended in air, and then the fishing reel, the line goes straight down, so theoretically into the water below. I like that it's wearing a hat. When I said that it was silly Photoshop, I meant it. It's wearing a hat. It is wearing a hat. Perry the claw machine, the description under that, it says SCP-6269 featuring proposed SCP-6269J additions. Oh, are you saying that we're fully just turning 6269 into this? Oh, I would love that. Because that's icky to collect Class Ds. I don't like it. But just collect fish. I'm on board. Okay. So, what I was reading before I went off to Reels, additionally, due to the relation between 69J and 69, all anglers should be familiar with the Department of Multiversal Claw Machine Ethical Acquisitions Training Manual, the .mcm:8M. Personnel assigned to SCP-6269 found not adhering to the sage, life, and fishing advice found in the aforementioned texts. The Magic of Fishing, Complete Fishing Manual, How to Think Like a Fish, etc., Woman's Fly Fishing Journey, and Old Man in the Sea, those ones. If you don't follow that advice, they may be subject to dismissal from the Fishing Council. I was like, from the Foundation in general? Wow, but okay. Suspension of fishing license and or temporary loss of rod operation. You're gonna lose your rod. Oh no. Loss of rod operation privileges depending on the severity of their violation. Well, okay, we better follow Ernest Hemingway's advice. If you say so. Description. SCP-6269J is a proposed technical adaptation of SCP-6269, the Multiversal Claw Machine, a Foundation-developed, coin-operated... It's coin-operated? Ugh. I guess this is how the Foundation makes its money. Ugh. Okay. Eigen machine, utilized for the ethical acquisition of D-class personnel from non-prime universes. Icky. Through the addition of several components, SCP-6269J... Oh no! Okay. SCP-6269 will allow for SCP-6269 to specialize in the sustainable acquisition of F-class personnel. And we have our first footnote. It says, I think I know where this is going. F-class personnel is a proposed designation referring to aquatic craniate. Ooh, have I heard of that? Gill-bearing animals that lack limbs with digits. So they have limbs, but they lack limbs that have digits, acquired by the SCP Foundation. So not just normal, or maybe it is just normal fish beings, as long as they are collected by the Foundation. And funny enough, there's a picture below of just what they're talking about. Okay, these proposed additions include SCP-6269J Bait, a collection of lab-grown biosynthetic organisms replicating a wide variety of bait and tackle in their physiological structure. Bait instances are capable of being flash printed to respond to the individual preferences of intended F-class acquisitions. Ooh. SCP-6269J Real, R-E-E-L. This time it's spelled correct. In that last story, they spelt it R-E-A-L a couple times. Okay. It says, info hazard expunged. SCP Real does not exist. It's right there in the photo. I see it right there. You're a liar. Okay. And then SCP-6269J Bucket, a 15 million gallon variable fresh/saltwater aquarium. Bucket is utilized to hold F-class personnel following their acquisition. Referring to them as personnel like this is driving me wild. I love it, but it also makes it so much worse that you're about to eat your staff. Stop! Ah! Don't eat your coworkers. Which reminds me of a story I heard where someone that worked at an aquarium refused to eat fish because they were like, I don't eat my coworkers. It's silly but fair. Okay. Visualization of bucket viewing portal. The proposed structure would be significantly larger. The photo above it is very clearly just a photo of an aquarium with some scuba divers in there, probably doing some feeding times. There's a few sharks of various types, a few rays of various types. There's a whole school of little itty bitty fishes. You can see that little cloud. And yeah, just a bunch of people with cameras checking it out. You can just see them in silhouette forms. At least one, like, pram. You know, the little baby pusher thingies. It's cute. Anyway. And then we have additional materials here. We have SCP-6269J development proposal, additional materials. We've got a graph or a chart here, and then a big old blurb that says sustainability. So it says here, sustainability. While the usage of SCP-6269 for the acquisition of D-class personnel has allowed our organization to procure sufficient individuals necessary for our organization's operations, it has brought to light additional challenges, both within the Foundation and beyond. Chief among these is the added difficulty in securing sustainable sustenances to ensure our employees and, in quotes here, volunteer workers, remain healthy, happy, and capable of performing their duties. This pursuit has been hitherto out of reach due to the associated high costs in acquiring sufficient quantities of non-lab grown or repurposed biomaterial. Using SCP-6269J for the acquisition of F-class personnel would allow the Foundation to offer nutritious meals rich in vitamins and healthy fats in large quantities, effectively resolving this logistical and culinary difficulty. Additionally, using SCP-6269J for this endeavor would ensure the acquisition of F-class personnel is sustainable. The primary concern of existing fishing practices relates to the potential dangers of overfishing. If we grow too greedy, we may exhaust our available supply of F-class personnel entirely. SCP-6269J avoids this complication by acquiring F-class personnel from the infinitude of non-prime universes. So we'll just steal everybody else's fish. Who could worry about that? Due to the limitless number of non-prime F-class entities available for acquisition, the SCP Foundation would be able to exceed its current demand, allowing for the creation of a new revenue stream via pick one, the operation of a series of restaurants under the moniker Seaside Chip Place. Why do you need to have a name for it? You're just getting excited. Okay. There's a second footnote about limitless number of non-prime entities available for acquisition. Please refer to the attached graph. It goes on longer. I just had to crop it. So we have fish in trillions on the, that's y-axis, right? The vertical. And then comparison of quality of fish of Earth Prime and not, on the x-axis is fish located on Earth in Universe Prime. There's one spot. And then fish located on Earth in non-prime universes. There's another spot. And they've connected with the little dotted line the difference, which is excessive. Comparison of quantity of fish on Earth Prime and non-prime Earths. And basically it's 3.5 trillion fish on prime Earth versus, geez, how many zeros? You all smushed together. What is 1,000? Okay, so 8 billion trillions is the number that we see. It would be 9 billion trillions of fish. And it doesn't look like it's slowing down at all. It says that it got cut off, so it's like, yeah, you're never going to see how many fish there is. Too many goddamn fish. Excuse me. So there's just an excessive amount of fish that is not on our Earth. Understood. But that is going to be problems for the other worlds. Oh no! They've rejected Kingfisher, our proposal. There's a notice from the Department of Acquisitions, 6269J, brackets Kingfisher, proposal rejected. Oh no. The way they've written this letter. Okay. It says, Greg, comma. Like they are very clearly about to just tell him, please, no, stop. It says, Greg, comma, this is the third time you've proposed using SCP-6269 for, in some form or another, the acquisition of fish, mollusks, and or other sea life. It is also the third time such an idea has been rejected. I know you are familiar with the .mcm colon, there you go, eatm, and as such aware that the usage of SCP-6269 for the acquisitions of non-D-class subjects, as well as its use for personal recreational purposes, is considered unethical. It's unethical to be getting people in the first place. I would fight you. Anyway, and thus prohibited. If you have any genuine suggestions regarding increasing SCP-6269's efficacy, ethicality, or ease of operations, you are always welcome to contact me. In case it's not clear, fishing should be reserved for non-working hours. All from Director Greboni, Department of Acquisitions. Hi, Frigid. Welcome in, I guess. Yeah, it's a fair emote to respond with. That's a good... Okay. I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is fun. Okay, now we've got an incident log that's ongoing. It says SCP-6269 bracket-J, end of bracket, incident 003, and in brackets, ongoing, codename Bueller? Situation. As of 0600, either January 4th, 2022 or April 1st, 2022. I'm gonna guess April 1st because that's silly. April Fools. Anyway, okay. Approximately 100 SCP Foundation personnel associated with the Department of Acquisitions failed to arrive on site to perform their daily roles and duties. These individuals hold diverse positions throughout the department, including SCP-6269 operators, technicians, auxiliary staff, and management roles. And no definite association has been established between the identified absent personnel. My guess it's all the people that were trying to keep down 6269J. As of 1300, all attempts to contact these individuals or identify their current locations have been unsuccessful. No confirmation as to the cause of this event has been verified, although a single typed note was found on the central control of SCP-6269. A transcription of the discovered text is included below. And in all caps, in the center of the page, 2 words: gone fishing. They gone, boys. We're out of here. You can't tell me not to fish. Gerg said no. I'm fishing. I love it. Nice, Riz. Sorry, I does not have fish command. I don't have the fishy game. My freaking computer can't handle the basics right now. You think it can handle fishy game too? It probably could. I don't want to have to worry about that right now. I'm overwhelmed. It's a lot. Okay. Oh, also pretty good, Riz. Guys are doing well. That's the end of 6269J. They gone fishing. The end. Oh, mask. No. Ouch. No fishy. I know, I'm sorry. But I have another fishy story. The next one is SCP-5597. This will be the last of the fishy stories. Then we have a plenitude of time to read other things. So I don't know what I'll choose to read. I think the one idea I had would be pretty sure. Oh, I know what I'll do. If I can just get... I want to confirm a thingy. I want to confirm a thingy before I use this silly thing. Hold, please, while Raven does some bullshit. Yeah. Hey, mods. Since all of you know Vi, can I get one of you to bother Vi to message me back? She knows about what? This is awful. But she's streaming right now, too. What is she playing? Horror stream? No! What am I doing? I hope none of that was audible for you guys so that it made anything problem. I don't think it would have been. But... oh my goodness. Okay. What? Okay, I don't know what just happened. She's scared Poolus. She is. It looked like spooky. I got distracted. But bug her when she can, because when we run out of the stories that I was planning to read tonight, I have a new thing for little extra times. But if it is something that I can pin down for a plan for another stream, then I don't have to bring. I don't have to worry about saving those for a different stream. I can just go ahead and use them. I don't know. Anyway, motion sensor light turning on scared her. Oh no! Ah! Illumination. Okay. That was 6269J. And now we'll do redeems. And if you don't do nothing, I will do one. I have one in mind. In fact, we will do it anyway. I have to sharpen knife, so we're gonna do that. I might as well do it as a trigger. Okay. Alright. Ooh. Alrighty. If internets will cooperate. Okay. Oh no, they won't. They're being mean. So rude. Internet! Don't be mean. Wow. The way it just jumps all over the place. Ugh. Annoying. Okay. It's back. For now. Here we go with some knife sharpening. It's just this little cheese knife that I want to sharpen up. Poor little cheese knife can't cut no cheese. Okay. Move it, Mike. Don't get stuck. I think it is sharper. Let's see if I can cut the paper. No. You need to be sharper, little knife. No one has made any other redeems, right? So I think I will continue sharpening. Enjoy the spooky sounds to go with Vi's spooky game. Tell her Raven's just sharpening a knife, waiting for her to answer. That sounds so scary and creepy. Don't mind me. Just sharpening my mini cleaver. Waiting for Vi to message me back. That sounds awful. Oh no. Add that it's just a little cheese knife and And she'd probably find it very entertaining herself. It's like a mini cleaver, so it was clearly from a cheese board. But I have no idea what cheese board. And it's very entertaining. She asked. Okay, Gage. We're not after you. I'm going to test this on the paper. I guess I will stop sharpening knife. Was that you saying, Raven, please move on. Please move on past the knife. I'm gonna try cut the paper again. Let's see if this works. It is thicker paper. It's like doubled over. It's a little envelope. It's the first thing I found, dang it, besides my origami paper and stuffs. Well, you can do some damage. We've got a long way to go with you, I see. We'll get there. So, the knife sharpening is back for sure. It's very carefully stored on the bookshelf. Can't have no knives just flying about. Can't have Horbert getting to it. That would be concerning. Okay. What are you doing here? Get out of here. It is time for singing, Bo. Here we go. I'm gonna bring the mic down a little bit, because like I said, it was kind of loud last time. I'm sure it'll be plenty loud. Just don't let me forget to turn it back up for you guys when I talk again. Okay, there we go. Back up to regular volume. Okay, and my internet is being mean. Okay. Hmm. Okay, I will have to update myself on Wi-Fi fixes later. It is not clear. Stop getting distracted. Okay, SCP time again. SCP-5597. And right off the bat, it's got a big old whale in the photo. Bad news, not looking like a living whale. Maybe is, but certainly beached. So that's not great. If I look real close at the picture, though, Is that what I think that is? We're gonna ignore it. Okay. Alright, so we have SCP-5597. Here we go. Item number 5597, Level 3 Confidential, Containment Class Keter, Disruption Class Vlam, Risk Class Caution, Special Procedures. Special Containment Procedures. Why is that not bigger? Funky formatting this time. Due to the nature of SCP-5597, containment is predominantly focused on early identification and acquisition of SCP-5597 manifestations. To this end, Mobile Task Force Theta-8, Whale Watchers, has been established to monitor for and intercept potential SCP-5597 manifestations. And then, yeah, the photo is looking like a rocky beach. I don't see the water anywhere, so it must be to the left of camera, because at the top right kind of edges we get into grassy tree line. Can't imagine that the water's that way. And then we see a big ol'... What are you? Oh my gosh. I'm forgetting the name. You're not blue whale, are you? No. Yes? Maybe blue whale. Maybe. And then two peoples in raincoat and pants. Bright yellow raincoat and pants. Clearly doing some work as they stand on either side of one of the flippers. In addition to operating within established national, provincial, and academic groups likely to respond to beached cetaceans, I think. Yeah. MTF Theta 8 is to undertake a variety of duties concerning the containment of SCP-55975. Well, who is number 5 there? And what did they do? These include monitoring SCP-5597's movement in and around the Gulf of St. Lawrence and Bay of Fundy. Should SCP-55975 travel more than 50 kilometers from the local coastline, members of MTF Theta 8 are to embark upon the SCPS Nansen and an oceanographic research vessel and follow SCP-55975 movement. At present, the physical containment of SCP-55975 within a Foundation site has been deemed unnecessary. Upon death, the corpse of SCP-55975 is to be acquired and transferred to Site-184's Aquatic Anomalies Department and stored alongside the corpses of SCP-5597 1 through 4. Oh. Well, that's sad. Everybody's dead. Nobody's saying that's gotta be a blue whale, but nobody's saying exactly what kind of whale that is. Okay. Oh, only in the Latin. Okay. Description. SCP-5597 refers to the collective manifestations of entities visually resembling members of the, here we go Latin, Eubalaena glacialis, maybe, species, found to contain living humans within anomalous bodily cavities. Oh, it's people inside whales. Oh, it's not the blue whale, it's the North Atlantic right whale. There you go. At present, there are 5 known SCP-5597 manifestations, designated SCP-5597 1 through 5. SCP-5597 1 through 4 were recovered deceased, and contained a comatose humanoid specimen attached to the entity via an umbilical cord with an atypical abdominal cavity. Oh. When removed from the entity, these individuals, a woman aged 38 and 3 children aged 3, 4, and 6, became conscious. Footnote 2, see Addendum A1, interview with individual recovered from SCP-55974. Are you saying there was a family of people within these freaking North Atlantic right whales? What? This is not just Jonah, it's Jonah and all the collection. We're nuts. Okay. SCP-55975 appears to be a living, active Eubalana glacialis specimen. Ultrasonic imaging of SCP-55975 revealed the presence of an enlarged cranial cavity. This one's living in the head? The fuck? Okay. And the body of an adolescent male child partially grafted onto the tissue of the entity's frontopolar cortex. What? Why are you in the brain? This isn't how the story goes at all. SCP-55975 has demonstrated a willingness to approach Foundation vessels at sea and engaged in migratory behavior, traveling repeatedly between the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the Bay of Fundy. Well, alrighty then. Then we have a photo. It says, aerial photograph of SCP-55975 interacting with a pod of Delphinides. I was unsure, but it do look like dolphins. Oh my gosh, hi Devot. Sorry I didn't see that. I saw the big blurb pop up, but not you for a second. Hi. It's going alright. Just a chill little team and an unfortunate amount of lagging that I need to fix. And I'm nervous about how that's gonna happen. Especially since I have 2 streams. Oh, that I thought, like, am I gonna figure this out by tomorrow? I sure I can hope so, but really will I? We'll see. I would like technology to not fight me. And why and how did Wi-Fi suddenly become a problem when it had not ever? Okay. But alright. This whale's just hanging out with some dolphins. Chill. Discovery. SCP-5597 1 through 4 were discovered by a marine biology research team on 14/08/2020. So that would be August 14th, 2020. During the dissection of what appeared to be 4 stranded whales alongside the southern shore region of Nova Scotia, Canada, the civilian researchers contacted local authorities after discovering a living human child within one of the corpses. The Foundation was subsequently notified and deployed a field research team from Site 184's Aquatic Anomaly Department. Foundation personnel discovered the presence of anomalous abdominal cavities containing a human specimen within each entity. When the umbilical cords connecting the individuals to the deceased corpses of the entities were severed, each human awoke. The individuals began demonstrating symptoms of shock and extreme distress and attempted to communicate in a foreign language. Well, foreign to whomst, I imagine the civilians in Canada, so English. These individuals were offered thermal blankets and water before subsequently taken into Foundation custody. Shortly afterward, Foundation personnel noticed the presence of SCP-55975. Due to its size and mobile nature, it was impractical to contain at the time and was tagged for future acquisition. Oh. Addendum A1. Interview with human recovered from SCP-55974. I hope this is the grown woman and not like one of the children that they're interviewing, just saying, but I don't know. Okay. Following their arrival at Site 184, the language spoken by those recovered from SCP-5597 1 through 4 was identified as Russian. As attempting to separate the individuals resulted in displays of distress, yeah, I can imagine those small children, 4 and 6 years old. Yeah, 4 and 6. They want to stick with mommy, probably, even if this is not really mother. They don't want to deal with scary suit people. Please. Oh gosh. Because of that, they were permitted to remain together while the eldest individual, henceforth SCP-55974-A, was interviewed. Audio log. Same date as they brought them in. August 14, 2020. Note: interview was initially conducted in Russian. Dr. Ivanon conducted the interview due to his knowledge of the language. Comments from the children accompanying SCP-55974-A have been removed for clarity. So they just erased the children. Are you sure that's not going to make it confusing? When there's, not a response, but okay. I don't know what to call... Oh, never mind. I looked down later. I figured it out. It's Tasha. So we're going to call her Tasha instead of her numbers because she's a people. Tasha says, "Hush, Irina. It is okay. We are safe now. It will be okay. Mama needs to speak to the nice man now. Kostya, come and hold your sister's hand. Thank you." SCP... Tasha's hands are seen to shake as she moves one of the children off her lap. She extends them to Dr. Ivanon, who shakes them before sitting. Dr. Ivanon: "Hello, I'm sure you have many questions. My name is Dr. Henry Ivanon. Myself and my colleagues are here to help you, but we will need to ask you some questions first. Is there anything we could bring you and your... Sorry, are these your children?" Tasha: "Yes, thank you, doctor. These are my children. I do not wish to trouble you, but we are all very hungry. Do you have any food, perhaps?" Dr. Ivanon: "Yes, one moment." Dr. Ivanon relays the request through his earpiece. Ivanon: "I'm being told that they'll be bringing something shortly. Now, would you mind telling me your name?" Tasha says, "Tasha, Doctor, Tasha Lebedev, and this is Kostya, Irina, and Katya. Say hello to the nice man, Kostya." I want to know what she said. But they deleted what the children said. Rude. Erasure. It probably was a bunch of tiny noises. They were probably pretty spooked. But anyway. Okay. Ivanon: "Tasha, I'm not sure how aware of your situation you were. My colleagues have informed me that you and your children were recovered from within the corpses of several whales that had washed ashore. Is there anything you recall about this you can share with me?" Tasha: "Yes, doctor. We were to be brought somewhere safe. I know some of what happened. I will try to explain, but I fear you will not trust me." Ivanon: "You can relax, Tasha. I assure you, there are many strange things in this world." Tasha rests her head in her hands for a few moments before responding. Her breathing is seen to slow slightly during this time. Tasha: "The children were put to sleep first. I had asked them to keep me awake, to see them put into the beasts. I needed to be sure it was safe. I do not know by what magics it was done. A man, he pulled the bellies of the creatures open and smoothed the walls as though he were a potter shaping clay. He drew a pink cord from within and attached it to their bellies. It was unnatural. He mocked the birth I gave to them. But thank the Lord it worked. We are safe now." Ivanon: "Safe from what, Tasha?" Tasha. From the war, doctor. They had promised to take me far away. But surely even here, where you are speaking our tongue, you must know. Which war? How long have you been in the whale? How long? Ivanon. Perhaps you could elaborate more. We need to have all the information we can. You must understand. For our records. Oh no, they've been in there for a while. I thought so. Tasha. We were fleeing the Germans, Doctor. Oh boy. Okay. I know it was unpatriotic and perhaps I was a coward, but I needed to keep the children safe. My husband had been called to the fighting, and I was the only one there to protect our children. We knew they were creeping closer to the city, only days away. Even if Stalingrad surrendered, they would have taken me from my children, and Peter would have been killed. They'd have thought him old enough. When I was offered a way out, I took it. I feel no shame. We are here now, and the children are safe. Then who is the other guy? If they're all good, who's the other guy? I'm a little concerned about who's living in the brain. Ivanon, who was it that assisted you? Are these the same individuals who put you and your children in the whales? Tasha, I do not know their names. They came in the night to my door and spoke with me to offer safe passage for us. I could scarcely believe it. I thought it was a trap. When I agreed, they took us to the truck. We drove for hours through the night and the day. We took only a little with us, scraps of food and some photos. We had to leave those behind when we reached the shore. Dr. Ivanon, you mentioned needing to agree. What were the terms of this arrangement? Did they want anything from you? Tasha, my father was a sailor. We didn't live near the coast growing up, but each spring he would make his way to the ports and find work. He'd send money to my mother and I. When we returned, he would bring me a gift. Polished pieces of sea glass, carved wooden ships, once a pearl on a string. When I was 10, he was gone longer than we expected, and we feared the worst. He came back at night in the middle of the storm. He was soaked to the bone with a wild look in his eyes. His mustache had grown out over his mouth, which I knew was odd. He had always taken great care of it before. I can still remember the smell of the wax he used. That night he took me into our kitchen and told me he has a special gift, one that I mustn't tell anyone about, not even my mother. It was a metal key, bronze, I think. I had never seen one like it. The prongs split off on all sides and curled like vines. He pressed it into my hand. I can feel the weight when I think about it, its cold heft upon my palm. He sent me to bed, and in the morning it was like it never happened. We never spoke of it. When he left the next spring, he never came back. That was what they asked of me, the key. I don't know how they knew of it, but I gave it to them, for the lives of my children and I. Ivanon, I see. If there's anything more you can recall about this item, I'm sure one of my colleagues will want to speak to you about it. Were you aware that there was an additional whale that didn't make landfall? Tasha appears to speak under her breath for a moment and take the hand of the nearby child before responding. I thought so. Tasha, yes, doctor, that is my eldest, Peter. We were told we'd need a shepherd to help us through the dark of the ocean's night. I do not wish to speak more of it, not in front of the children. Oh no. What have you done? Why did you put him in a brain? Ivanon, is there anything more you recall about the people who came to you? Any names or methods of identification? At this point, a tray with food and drinks from the site cafeteria arrives and is set on the table. And I imagine the kids are like, oh my gosh, and jumping all over each other. Tasha, it was dark, doctor, and they spoke a different language to one another, but I saw something on the truck when they came to get us. An insignia of sorts. If I may borrow your paper, I will try and draw it for you. Ivanon, that would be appreciated. I'll leave this here for you. Thank you for your time, Tasha. Please enjoy the meal. And then Tasha produced the following image after the interview. And this looks a little bit like either two J's up against each other or it's trying to be an anchor. What it literally is if you draw a T, big capital T with the serifs, the little doo-doos at the edge of the things. Oh, sorry. Hi, Pazuzu. Welcome in. Hello. It's a big T, like I said, with the serifs. And then if there was a J attached on one, is under the left side of the T, you could draw a little part of the J. You can't get the whole top line across because the T interrupts. But it's like that with like a little bit of space between the two lines. And then it's mirrored on the other side so that there's a backwards J. So that it ends up looking kind of all together a little bit like an anchor with big gaps between lines. Or like J, capital T, backwards J. Interesting shape. Interesting. And then it says, this symbol matches known iconography employed by Gene and Jean, or I kind of want to say Gene and John, trans-temporal shipping. Due to the atemporal nature of this organization, when this symbol was first used, is currently indeterminable. Atemporal team. The use of living cetaceans for trans-temporal travel is a divergence from the known modus operandi of this organization, which has typically employed osteomantic thaumaturgic rituals involving the bones of deceased cetaceans for such purposes. I was going to say, so they're using bones for magic? Specific, I guess, whale bones for magic. They are not usually using living whales as cars. Anyway. Weird. And then it continues. In addition to the above image, Tasha wrote an accompanying message in Russian. Oh, so this was not about that. She wanted to give this. It says, my dear son, my sweet boy, you have given us the greatest gift and at such a cost. I wish I could hold your hand in mine again. See you sing with father as he plays the balalaika and your sisters dance. You have led us such a distance, but we must make the way now on our own. I cannot imagine you will forgive me for this. I would not want it if you did. I do not deserve forgiveness for it. Oh, honey, no. I will think of you always, my son, when Irina cries, when Kostya asks for his brother. As Katya learns this new tongue, I hear them speak. When the sun sets and when the day comes, I will think of you. I promise this. I will tell you a truth I've kept from them and from myself, for I cannot bear it. Your father had died before we left, and now you I must lose as well. Your loss is the worse to hold in my heart, for it was my fault and my choice. It will gnaw upon me each day. The shepherd is not to die to save his flock, and the mother is not to leave her son. What a cruel world we have made, my boy. Will this new one we have found be different? I do not know. I love you, I have loved you, and I will love you. Goodbye, my son. As Tasha did not possess any anomalous abilities or properties, not just Tasha, as Tasha and children did not possess any anomalous abilities or properties, they were interviewed and administered amnestics. Oh, you're going to erase her memory of all of this. She's not going to know that her son's in a... I guess that's what she wants, but what if they could do something? Okay. Administered amnestics and memory-suppressing mimetic agents over a period of 3 weeks, during which they were additionally gradually exposed to modern technological advances. So they've been carefully turned into turn-of-the-century stuff. After confirming the success of repression of veil-threatening knowledge, the family were subsequently integrated into Russian immigrant communities in Toronto. Footnote specifies where Toronto is, Ontario, Canada. No further containment procedures are required at this moment. While SCP-55975 has demonstrated an unusual level of engagement with Foundation research teams, no reliable way to communicate with the entity has thus far been established. Well, dang. I don't think we're ever going to figure out what happens to Peter. That's so sad. Bye-bye, Peter. The end, and I see I did not get response from Vi. Well, I'll just I'll just decide for her. But I won't announce it just yet, because no, I can't. But I will do the thing that I was thinking. So, I'm going to read some stories, some little things that a certain someone has written. I think we know what this. Yeah, no, maybe. And then if we have further times, I will be reading a weird little book I have gotten access to. Because Raven just keeps doing that. Finding weird books. I did give the holiday book to Vi for her to check out. And I warned her that one of the stories had me screaming for the man to go to therapy. And she giggled at that. I hope she likes it if she doesn't. But this little one that I've got looks so silly. This little thing. It's not going to be so silly, but it's going to be fun. I think it'll be a fun one. Little book with pages so aged they're orange. What was your copyright? Let me go look. 1971. I was going to say it felt like the 70s. It's a very 70s little book. I'm excited. But with that, hit me with some redeems. And I'm going to pull up the other stories that I was going to do. So you'll just get to hear some clickety-clackins. Hi, Hank. 28 Riz. Oh. Where'd that go? Message me, fine. Oh, where was I? Don't you guys love her little guy? Oh, her little character for that. This cute little guy. It might actually be a little bit too early for these. I don't wanna. I don't wanna rush, and I want them to be here for this. I have poems to read. Tied for rage puffing. Did you redeem it? You did not. That was our first redeem of the year, Lahonk. You saw that, right? We already did that. Okay. What is funny? No, I think that's just frigid. Frigid B. Oh. You didn't do better. No, wait. Did you do better? I can't even remember. Who did worse? Two people did pretty good, and it was Mask that did worse. Frigid actually did well. You put your twos together, though, and you get just over 100, I think. No, Tay. Okay. No, I'm not gonna put it with that. I will yell. Not yell. But kinda yell. For if Turt is here. Turt was here. But Turt has duties. Duty. Over in the other stream. So I don't know if it's still here. sad Riz. The Hong Club, it could be better. It could be much better. Fat, as stated. Violetta Riz. Raven speaking British accent for next story. Ooh, that'd be fun. I mean, that's literally one of the things that I tried to have on my subathon bit. I will be running a quick ad, but then if we can actually do redeems or if we can yell at Turt, I will move forward with whichever one of those comes together sooner. Or else we'll move on to the little 70s book. I'm sorry, Fat, no cry. Okay, I'm gonna run the ad. I'm warning you, I'm running an ad. Boop. It's gonna start soon. Okay. Long does bongos. Bongos. Turtle boy. Where are you, turtle boy? Why? I shall return to lurk. Okay, sounds good, Lahong. You go ahead and just cozy in. Someone tuck little Lahong in. Okay, I need to put this away. This is probably not helping anything. I have Vi's stream kind of running in the back for a minute there. I don't think that's helpful for my Wi-Fi being crap. So I put that away. And that is sorted, and I won't touch nothing. I'll put it all away. Go away. Go away. Thank you for tucking in the honk. I think we will have to save the turtle boy reads, at least for later in stream. So instead... Something what? We have a little book that have roughly page-long stories in each and every one of them. Since there's been no redeems, we're just gonna move on. And I'm going to have to spoil the vibe now. I'm gonna change the title of stream, specifically because we're changing this up. Not that. Yeah. 2-minute mysteries. That's what it's called. 2-minute mysteries. Well, technically this one says more 2-minute mysteries, so I have no idea what the first one is, but 2-minute mysteries. Is that gonna be? Yeah, it's gonna be too far over. We're gonna adjust. I like it like that better. Can I have my way text? Don't sit on my face. No. Okay. Oh, phone call. I hope it was good phone call. I hope it was not stressful phone call. Welcome back. Hey, Cage. I want to bother Vi. I want to bother Turt. I have some stories from Turt that I am supposed to read. If I have not already read, I don't think I have read. And so I was going to do that. But I have this weird little book. And I wasn't going to start this little book until I got confirmation from Vi about another thing that I don't want to spoil. But, basically I said, fuck it, and we're gonna do the little book. And it's 2-minute mysteries. So now, we're gonna do some silly little stories that are all like a page long. This book is from 1971. So, brace yourselves for whatever that might, happen. But it's, more 2-minute mysteries by the creator of Encyclopedia Brown, Donald J. Sobel. other books by the author, 2-Minute Mysteries. Still more 2-Minute Mysteries. So I think we have the middle one, and then all the Encyclopedia Brown little ones that it has this as well. And technically I probably shouldn't be reading them, but screw it. And they're just little short silly time stories, and I'm excited. I think it will be fun if we read them. And then they have answers at the bottom. So, here's the thing, everybody. Maybe I will speak in British accent for this silly little time where I'm pretending to be a little Sherlock Holmes or the like. And you guys take notes and tell me what you think the solutions is. Because every one of these will end with this sort of thing, and I'll ask you what you think it is, and then I'll turn it upside down, and I'll tell you what it is. So there you go. If my string could be more stable. It's so rude when it does this. Okay. If we're doing this, are you ready? Are we doing this? Are we doing this? I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. I guess I could remove the trigger warning. I feel like I should just like slightly edit it. I don't know. I know what I'll do. No, Gib. Damn it. It's not gibbing. We're going to copy paste this little thing. You guys got your notepads? Okay, we're gonna figure out adding a little text screen that's gonna be a different version of that. Sorry, it's over here, but I'm gonna talk over here because I'm just a little closer to the screen. But I don't want to be screaming into your ears. Sure. I misspelled the title. It says 2-minute warning. Oh well. Ah! You can't see this, but it's huge for no reason. What just happened? Okay. You go down here. You way down here. Why is it so huge? You know what I'm gonna show you? This is what it looks like. Why? That's why. It's so huge. I don't need that. Gosh, how do I make you so much smaller, please? You need to be much, much smaller. So aggressive. Raven is entertained by the smallest things if you didn't notice. Hey, that's probably good. Okay. And now it'll say that, so it's not absurd. Let's get it looking pretty though. It looks pretty. And now it can be different colors. What colors? I think we should honor the orange. It does this or it does double. Honoring the orange of the pages. Okay. Learning appropriately up is back. What's back? The lag is back. Unimpressed. I am unimpressed. with this lag. He's so mean. Oh, the same ad. I was just like, I see that my bit rate is awful there for a minute, and I was unimpressed. I think the ads. Oh my gosh, you're so wobbly. Why are you so wobbly right now? Oh my gosh, give me a minute while I fix my mic because it's being wobbly and noisy. Okay, we are better, not so wobbly. I assume that it is not knowing things, but ads be saying things. Okay. If anybody sees Turt, tell me, cause maybe we'll shift into reading. Maybe we'll shift into reading Turtle's stories, cause that was or poems, cause that was the goal. I was gonna do that, but here we go with our first 2-minute mysteries entry. Scroll. This one is called "The Case of the Airport Killing." All of these are the case of the, so I don't know if I want to have the case of the above everything. The text might be very long eventually. So I think I'm just going to say airport killing. I realize I shouldn't have done that. I should have done that because I post these on YouTube. This is about to get bonked, isn't it? Oh no. I don't censor any of my stuff on YouTube, so I probably would never be actually making money on these VODs, but still, and I'm not making any money yet. If you would like to help Raven make money off of the content she does so that she can, keep doing this content, subscribe to YouTube's and watch the videos. Eventually I'll start making money. But for, oh my gosh, I didn't even ask you guys what you thought of that. I'll ask that later. Okay, airport. Case of the airport killer. Unlike. Okay. I'll never. I say fuck too much. I'll never manage. I'll just go for it. You misspelled something. Shut up, frigid. Which part? I am reading. No. All of these are I am happy with. Okay. Taking your notes. Get ready. There will be a quiz. At 8 a.m. Oh, wait, no, I said I would do British. Oh, no. Who is this going to be? Oh, goodness. I don't know. Okay, no. I'll just do normal because I was going to give it to just the detective character, but I don't even know where they'll be. Good of the morning. Good morning, Dum-Dum. Welcome in. Get your detective hat on. We're doing some mystery stories now. Because we finished all our fishing SCPs. We're sprinkling in 2-minute mysteries. Happy New Year's. And stuff too. Yeah. Okay. At 8 a.m. on Monday, March 4th, 1968, you were drinking coffee in a rear booth in the sandwich shop at the airport? Asked the district attorney. I was, answered McCarthy, the murder defendant. And you didn't see the man in the booth across the aisle, not 5 feet from you, stabbed to death? No, I was reading the local morning newspaper. The cashier remembers you. You were in an awful hurry. You gave her $1 in payment of a 15-cent check, and you didn't wait for your change. 15 cents? 15 cents? The world. Money's gone crazy. Okay, anyways. So you gave her a whole $1. Oh Oh my goodness. Okay, no, not even a whole dollar. A $half-dollar. So what? You overpaid 35 cents. Okay, they said, I had to catch a plane in response. You were aware of the time, but you didn't notice the man in the next booth was dead with a knife sticking out of his chest? I might have seen him, but I never looked directly at him. You didn't hear him order eggs and coffee? I might have. I don't know. I was busy reading the New York Stock Exchange listings. I own some shares. How long did that take you? A couple of minutes. Then I read the market news. There was a long article forecasting steel prospects for the next year. After I finished reading the article, I noticed the time. I had less than 2 minutes to catch my plane to Los Angeles. 2 minutes. Oh, a world without TSA, too. In the rear of the courtroom, Dr. Haladijan. It's spelled Haledjian. I think Haledjian is the name. Okay, Dr. Haledjian leaned over and whispered to Inspector Winters. If he isn't convicted of murder, he'll draw a stiff sentence for perjury. How come? Bum, bum, bum. So, I think our dudes is Dr. Haledjian. At least in this story. Oh, no, wait. He's in the next story, I see. Okay. Haledjian. We're going with that pronunciation. How did he know things? How do we know things? Why do we know he's a liar? I will give you but a couple moments to think, and I will read it to myself, and then I will hum. Ah. I don't think anyone would know. What's wild is that it's not very helpful. Because it's all in freaking late 60s, early 70s. We don't know how... Well, probably. I mean, I don't know how many of you remember all that, but, like, remembering that, the details of these things, very unlikely. But, I did promise... Oh, god damn it, internet. Thank you for picking back up as soon as I start swearing at... No! I said thank you and you got mad again? Damn it. Okay. Why are you so mean? Why are you so mean to me? It is so mean. I will have to figure that out. Everyone, wish me luck. Do whatever sacrificials or prayings to make sure that Raven gets her Wi-Fi sorted. Please help. Alright. I'm going to tell you now. Oh my gosh. No, I'm not. It's dipping away again. I'm just gonna hum until it's more stable. Okay, I reloaded, hoping that will help the things. But alright, here is the answer. How come he is either murder or perjury? The defendant claimed he was so busy checking stocks in the morning newspaper that he didn't notice the killing. Impossible! Thank you. To Dave the Wi-Fi chicken. Okay, good. Anyways, it's impossible. He couldn't have been busy looking at the morning newspaper stocks. On Monday, local morning newspapers do not carry stock exchange transactions. Dun dun dun. There you go. Was all lies. Who would have known that? I wouldn't have known that. What's the next story? Well, I'ma tell you. If I can just get the right. There we go. It's called Anxious Nephew. The case of the anxious nephew. So here we go. Anxious nephew time, I guess. Whatever that means. Alright. Brace yourselves. Brace? Brace yourselves. Get your notepads ready. I'm worried about my Uncle Phil. Stephen Bates's voice was anxious over the telephone. He failed to keep a dinner engagement with me tonight. Do you mind meeting me at his place, say in half an hour? Yeah, let's not go hurting nobody. Let's let the crows be okay. They'll be alright. Yeah, exactly. What did the crow ever do to you? Alright, so Stephen Bates is nervous about Uncle Phil. He's very anxious over the telephone. He failed to keep a dinner engagement with me tonight. Do you mind meeting me at his place, say, in half an hour? Dr. Halligan agreed, and he was waiting in the lobby of Philip Bates's apartment building when Stephen arrived by cab. My uncle thought he was being followed the last couple of days, said Stephen. He keeps a great deal of cash in a wall safe in his den. Unfortunately, he isn't exactly secretive about it. And I had said that I would try and make Halligan British, so maybe I'll do that. No, I can't. My brain immediately removed. I was like about to jump in. I'm like, I don't even know what I would do. Oh, Wi-Fi is being mean. Aha! Okay. Did you try to reach him tonight? Asked Halligan. When he didn't show up for dinner, I telephoned his home. I got no answer. Leaving the elevator on the 14th floor, the two men walked rapidly to the door of Philip Bates's bachelor apartment. It was unlocked. In the entrance hall burned only the light. Burned only the light? What? Burned the only light. There you go. Better have a look in the den, suggested Halligan. Or Halligan? Halligan. That's what I said. Oh my gosh. I changed my pronunciation. Halligan. Stephen nodded and led the way. He paused at the door to the darkened room. There's a floor lamp in the corner, he said, and disappeared into the darkness. An instant later, the room was bathed in light. Directly behind the desk, a small oval safe door was open. Stephen stood in a corner, one hand on the lamp, and an expression of alarm twisting his face. He stepped back over the unmoving form of his uncle, who lay at his feet. Is he dead? Halligan knelt beside Philip Bates. No, a nasty blow on the head, but not fatal. Lucky for you. You went to a lot of trouble to throw me off the scent. Then, at the last minute, you practically confessed to the crime. What was Stephen's mistake? Okay. How do we know that Stephen attempted to murder his uncle just then? Ooh. How do we know? Because apparently we know. I'm going to read silently. And then I will... Yep. That tracks. But that's kind of hard to see. Okay. Okay. One way as I give my hint. One way to know what gave him away is if we could physically see the space. If we could physically see the space, that might clear up a couple things and make it obvious. Or there's one word. There's one word in here that implies something. And so I'll point that out when I read the answer. There you go. And now... Hola, hello, welcome in. I am just about to read the answer to our little mystery, the case of the anxious nephew. How did we know Stephen was the murderer? Are you ready? Nobody gave any answers, so here we go. And again, sorry for the little laggies. Tell me if my audio was ever the problem. Seems it's just the visuals. Okay. In leaving the floor lamp, Stephen had stepped back over his uncle. Thus, in going to the lamp, he'd had to step over his uncle, which he did. But only a man who knew beforehand that Philip Bates lay on the floor could have avoided tripping over him in the darkness. Da-da-da! So, yeah, it was that there's a floor lamp in the corner, he said, disappeared into the darkness. An instant later, the room was bathed in light. Directly behind the desk, a small oval safe was open. Stephen stood in a corner, one hand on the lamp, an expression of alarm twisting his face. He stepped back over the unmoving form of his uncle, who lay at his feet. Cage, you're fine. You're all good. You don't need to worry about it. And so yeah. It's the fact that they said back over, and then yeah, if we had been physically in the space, able to see how you would have had to step over the dead body to get to the lamp, it would have been clearer. Because we can't see, you might think like, oh, you go around this corner and up kind of a thing. And maybe that is how he would have gone. But that's not the way he walked back. He stepped over his uncle to walk back, which isn't great. I was a little nervous that it was about to be... no. I was a little nervous that it was going to be something like, you didn't try to help him. Loser, you fail. Bad nephew. I don't know, but it wasn't that. So friend, we do need to hablar en inglés. It is English only stream or translate to participate. Hello, Wally. English in chat, please. I think we do need a, translate, please. Translate always, please, kind of a thing. Hello. We're doing our little extra time, because the fishing hub was shorter than I thought. That's why we were reading the SCP fishing stories. But we have lots of time. So, we're reading yet another weird book Raven has got her grubby little hands on. It's funny how this keeps happening. But I'm very entertained by this. I am. Oh, you are not late. I don't keep attendance. You are all good, and I'm glad you had time with friends. But okay, so the next story is called The Case of the Arctic Hero. So we're gonna read Arctic hero next. I guess these are alphabeticalized. Because they've all started with A so far. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, I figured this out. Alright, moving. Ooh. That's a lot of points. We have been doing the stories just rapid fire, but we haven't had much recent breaks for redeem, so if you want to do that, we can do that. I'm going to get started on the next story though. Feel free to redeem. I will do what I can. Wow, yeah, that's a lot of those. Okay. Arctic Hero, the case of the Arctic Hero. Take your notes. Hit me with your you could never fet. You'd have to spend them all in gamba or something. Get your notes. Prepare. There will be a quiz. No one has been even trying. Should I be giving you guys more time? Tell me if I should be giving you more time. But yeah. Oh my gosh, I just realized chat isn't on screen. This whole time. Well, there goes that. Raven, you dumb. Raven, you so dumb. What the heck happened? Is everything on that should be on? No, no. I don't think. What is that one even? Oh no, that one's fine. There's no here. It's a very good thing to point out. 2.5 hours and I did not notice. I don't know why. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oops. Oh my goodness. We all failed. Oh my gosh. And you don't really have to take notes. What I mean is just be at the ready when I read these. They're very short. So try and keep your ears open for what could the answer be, if you would like. Okay. The case of the Arctic hero. Oh, I'm sorry. My problem is that I can't understand what I hear, so I can't understand what I see. When it's oral, I stand very little. I have had the same problem. Talking slower sometimes helps, but often is difficult. Shut up, Kate! Raven says, take notes, pay attention. Also, Raven does not notice Chad isn't there for 2.5 hours. I know. Yes, you have an explanation. Fat does too. I mean, really. Fat is always in multiple places at once. I have no excuse. And to be fair, someone should have told me before Wally. Various visitors didn't tell me. Seems like your focus has been on point, Wally. You nailed it. I was double modding for the first good while. Yeah, so there you go. There you go. Very classic Fat. Okay. We are going into the next one. Are you ready? Arctic Hero. Don't tell me, said Dr. Helegian. Let me guess. You made a play for a young lady, but your lines fouled and your face. But got your lines fouled and your face slapped. I think that means you were making something up, but then you mixed up your words and got slapped for it. I don't think he means literally made a play. But anyway, here we go. Thank you. To be fair, Raven, where is rest of message? It's loading, I imagine. Let it load. Have patience, Raven. You can do this. Oh, there. One time I spent almost 2 hours into a stream with nobody telling me my game audio was off. I would. I probably have. Even how little I'm keen. Okay. A legend is talking about nonsense. I was being asked to... Yes, Turd, hello. We were gonna read your poems. But I started in on this weird little book that I was saving. Because I got also Bug Vi. But that's a different thing. After I finish this story, should I read your poems? As I still have some. I'm pretty sure I haven't. My little story sharing tracker says that they have not been read. So, I have them read. And I was going to read them because you were in the chat. But then, reasonably, you have been scattered. But okay, first we're doing this little mystery. I've always noticed when something is off, even when I'm not paying that much attention. People! Come on! Okay, but we can focus. I'm gonna read this little mystery. You're gonna try and answer, be the detectives. And then maybe we're gonna do Turtle's poems, maybe not. Turtle will tell us. Or we'll just keep... I was wondering if you ever read those. Yeah, never. Yay! Okay, so we'll do that right after this one. Okay. Ready? Go. The Case of the Arctic Hero. Don't tell me, said Dr. Helegian. Let me guess. You made a play for a young lady but got your lines fouled and your face slapped. Cyril Macon, the luckless Lothario, nodded glumly. This time I was absolutely sure I had my story down pat, yet something went wrong. I can't figure what. You've heard of Gertrude Morgan? He asked. Her grandfather sailed with Admiral Byrd, and a cousin climbed Mount Everest with the Egler party. Where the heck the Egler party? If you haven't combed icicles from your whiskers, you don't rate with her. Okay, so you gotta do Arctic heroism, okay? I took her to dinner Christmas Eve, and it seemed a good time to trundle out my Arctic Circle yarn. He continued the youth. Okay, so he's lied about doing something, and the lady caught him in a lie, and that's when he got slapped. In this case, I don't think he's a killer, but he's a liar. And I guess Dr. Helegian this time is gonna tell him what part made him, obviously a liar, what part the lady caught him out on, so that he can continue being a lying sleaze. Okay. So, pulled out the Arctic Circle yarn. I opened by commenting that I had once spent Christmas Eve in less comfortable surroundings. Then I told her about the morning Lieutenant Craven and I were mushing back to the Navy's Arctic Observation Weather Station. Suddenly, Craven fell and fractured his leg. 10 minutes later, the stretch of ice we were crossing broke loose. We began to drift out to sea. I realized Craven and I and the dogs would freeze to death unless I started a fire. Alas, we had used up all of our matches. I got out a small magnifying glass from our instrument kit and, tearing off sheets from our reports, laid them on a steel instrument box. By focusing the sun's rays through the glass onto the paper, I started a hearty blaze. Fortunately, a cutter picked us up after 24 hours. The captain said I was a bit of a hero. But not Miss Morgan, said Helegian, and no wonder. What was wrong with Cyril's story? I have a theory, but now I'm going to read. And I want you guys to try and answer. I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm going to read it to myself. And maybe I'll give you a hint. Maybe I won't. And then I'll hum until I decide. But tell me if you need time. Oh, yes. I think this is one you will be able to know. This is not one that is based strictly on weird 1960s, 1970s stuff that we won't remember slash never knew. This is something that is that would make that kind of story inaccurate even today. You can do it, I promise. Don't mind me just munching on some words. Oh man, you know how hard it is to create a fire with magnifying glass. I'll say you're getting close, Dumda. You are getting close. Go down that path a little bit. It's related to that. Oh my goodness. Dun, dun, dun. Gummy orange slices. What about that chocolate orange? What about chocolate orange slices? They were talking about Christmas Eve. That feels very Christmas to me. I don't know about you guys. Any of you ever heard of a Terry's chocolate orange? Apparently they started with apples and lemons or some shit. Can you imagine? That would be interesting. Kinda want to try those now. Apple chocolate? I imagine the flavor wouldn't come out as well. Or else it would be really artificial apple. Like that green apple kind of flavor. Okay. Everybody ready? Yes, I love them. Is no one going to try to answer these? Well, here's the answer. And I'm disappointed none of you have hit me with it, especially other European peoples who maybe are more nourished or maybe not. But here we go. In the Arctic Circle on Christmas Eve, Cyril could not have started a fire by using the sun's rays. As every schoolboy knows, or should, I don't know why schoolboy is specific, the sun disappears in the far north from October to about March. Which is to say, there's nowhere near enough freaking sunlight. You're in the Arctic Circle. You're not going to have enough sunlight on Christmas Eve right after the solstice. Are you kidding? No, there's not going to be enough sunlight to be able to use the magnifying glass to catch the rays and send it away. You wouldn't be able to pull that off. Sorry, boys. So that one's fun. You could have figured it out. I don't know if I would have thought of it. My brain was going down a different path. I was not thinking that. I was like, what did they burn for 24 hours? That was more what I was doing. The moon reflects sunlight. It might, but it's reflection already. Trying to make it go through the thingy, you're not going to get very good results. And I don't think the moon. How does the moon go? I don't know. But yeah, it can easily get through that. Now I know the type of story these are. Yeah, they're. How'd you do that? So, we've gone through the A's. I guess they are alphabetized. Alphabetized. But there was the A's, and now we're gonna get into the B's. But first, we're gonna do Turt's poems. So let's put that down. We're done with the mystery time. 2-minute mysteries with Raven. We'll have to wait. I like them. They're fun. They're silly. Oh, just spread more than compressor is. Tell me, Wally, have you done it yourself? Have you started a fire with a magnifying glass on Christmas Eve in the Arctic Circle? While floating on an ice floe? Because, yeah, my next problem would have been the ice floe after 24 hours burning something. I don't know how. Yeah. Raven, there was a redeem. Yes, there is dice to do. But I'm saying that our next story will not be 2-minute mysteries. We would take a break. We have 3 stories first. That's why I always bring a small flask of bioethanol. That's very useful fuel, but that is not the story. Alright. We're going to pop away from... Wait, where is that? Where did that go? That will not be needed. We're gonna leave chat on. I know, that's wild. Who'd have thunk? Oh, I'm sorry. I was disorganized at best. I have started fire with the magnifying glass. Well, I encourage you to attempt moonlight magnifying glass and then try it Christmas Eve in the Arctic Circle. Every attempt would be a new year. That would be wild. You're gonna have to live in the Arctic Circle, at least in the winter now. No, don't do that. Don't turn it off. No, you'll stay. I promise. Where is my brain? It's dice time. That's why. No, I have not. Also, I still want to learn to do that. I tried that and have not succeeded as of yet. Yes. I can't imagine it terribly simple. Alright, we're gonna do dice. I'm adjusting mic. Here we go. Alrighty. Give me a crit. That just looks like one. Stop it. I like to tell you when I roll a 1 or a 20, and it's not doing either of those ever. Be more dramatic. You're disappointing me. I rolled like 5 2s. Okay. Hey, we both rolled 2s. No. Okay, I am back up. Alright, so that was nice. Do we change the tuck command? Someone just got tucked. Chuck changed it. You did it. You did the tuck. I think that's always been what tuck was. Wasn't it? Man, you can convince me otherwise. I don't know. But alright. There was our dice. There has been no other redeem, so I'm gonna give it a minute if somebody wants to do another redeem before we do the first of Turt's stories. The poems. I'm excited. They're not actually very well, they're not long. They're not short. I'm not. No, I'm saying the text. I swear was different. Maybe you're used to. Probably used to Vise. I think tuck them in for some good eeps. Maybe? If anyone changed it, it would be Fat, probably. So bug Fat. That's not my job. I use their free labor. That's awful. I promise. I don't mean. They offer. Please. Okay. There has been no other redeems. You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm prepping for story. Okay. We are starting with sun or oh, there's kalimba. We'll do kalimba after the poems. There you go. I didn't give you enough time. I should have given you more time, but I'm committed. I have it written. So it is written, so it is done. Kalimba will be right after the poems, I promise. Okay. We're starting with Sun or Water, and all 3 of these poems are written by the lovely the turtleboi 66. So please enjoy. If I stumble, I am sorry. I blame the delay. I do too. Okay. Everyone knows the story of Icarus. It's a tale as old as time. The story of a kid blinded by hubris, blinded by ambition. Well, the kid who strived for too much and failed to heed his father's words. The kid who flew to the sun just to have everything stripped away. The waxen wing melting under the brilliant rays, feeding poor Icarus to the hungry waves below. Don't fly too close to the sun, for the wax will melt under its heat, sending you to the waters below. The famous advice of Daedalus for Icarus to hear yet fallen on deaf ears. The simple idea of not being controlled by hubris and greed, the idea that is lost to too many. The sun claiming more souls as time goes on, ever repeating the story of Icarus. But what if there was a way we could turn back the clock to the flight of Icarus? Spin a new tale where Icarus listened to the wise words. A tale where Icarus flew just above the waves, not flying higher in fear of the sun's might. Low enough to feel the splashing water against his skin and just content to be in the air. Well, what if I said I know the end to this unspoken make-believe and how it's still the same. Flying too close to the waves still would bring demise to poor Icarus. If only Icarus heard the words of his father, he would know the famous advice, yet held more... Sorry. My brain just interrupted everything. You ever had your brain just fight you for some reason? Okay. If only Icarus heard the words of his father, he would know the famous advice, yet held more. But you mustn't fly too low either, for the water will get on your wings and hold you down. Many people are unaware of these lost words, but I say they hold the most weight. The might of the sun is one to fear, but the wrath of the sea is one not to be trifled. For if you live in contentment, your wings just skimming the water, you will never truly soar. If you fly just over the waves, you can never see over the hills and what they hide from sight. Let me rewrite the story of Icarus to the perfect end, not one of demise, but of growth. One where words never fell on deaf ears, one where Icarus controlled his hubris but never just settled. Let Icarus not touch the sun or water, but soar in between, getting lost in the clouds. Let people learn what poor Icarus failed to obey and always strive for growth, but never blinded by it. Let's avoid being our own Icarus, yet still being able to don our waxen wings. And there was sun or water. 2 more. Another one is called Icarus. There is more about Icarus shortly. Let's go to Icarus right now. Oh, I realized I didn't update this. Ooh, I'm supposed to take note in my notebook and I failed to do as such. Oops. Okay, so I think there was 3 of those. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And then it was sun or water. Turt. And then we'll have Icarus. And then we'll have the other one that I won't tell you the name of just yet. For Revelation. Turt has a thing for the wax-winged man. It seems as such. Okay, here is Icarus. If I could change the type. Here we go. I was always told to chase my dreams and let them take you far, and so I did, and such a journey they took me on. Through the shining cities and quaint towns, over towering hills and sweeping valleys, following my hopes under the sun's brilliant warmth and the stars' glistening glow. With every breath, I felt more free, felt more alive, felt more drive to achieve my dreams. My dreams took me farther than I've ever gone, and farther I want to go. And even farther I want to go. Sorry. Through windy days and stormy nights my journey carries on. I chase my dreams through the twists and turns, the ups and downs that life is built on. Every step taking me further, moving faster and faster, feeling like I'm never going to stop. My dreams getting bigger the longer my journey gets. I was once told that I should aim for the moon, 'cause if I miss, I'll be among the stars. If I float among the stars, would I become one myself? Oh, how much I wish. Now I want to try. My dreams travel to the open sky as I think of soaring so high. And so I find the highest peak and don my waxen wings. As the sun warms the open air, with another step I go over as I hold my arms wide and the winds let me fly. The gentle breeze carrying me free and the water flows below. I feel so free as I go farther than any man before. I flap my wings, launching me up and up, sending me closer to the stars. But as I get closer to the sun, it beams down and my wings start to melt. The wax runs over my back, my body starts to drop, and I see it wasn't meant to be. Oh, how I once flew just to fall to the sea. My dreams became too big, and I felt too free. Now lost among the waves, I realize that the stars are too far from the earth to which I am bound. The story of how I became my own Icarus, letting my hopes become too profound. I see how I became my own demise as I flew too high in the sky. Hey, if you think that something is awkward and you want to build off of it, that's part of what a lot of creatives do. Like, you just read each other's stuff to build up, make little edits. You can always make a little edit if you want. If you feel that way. You do way better. If only use Gorilla Glue instead of wax, you'd still be fine. Sorry. Not my fave Greek story. Ooh. What is the fave Greek? What is the fave Greek story? Okay, the last one is Tales of the Old. What the heck just happened? And of course, this is how this has gone. I think they're going lovely. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Easy to distract Raven. I used to get so upset with myself when I would listen to the lives of older people. Their tales filled with achievements and lessons that never seemed to end. They would go on and on about this and that, about how they have traveled here and there. As I take in their tales, I would get mad that my life wasn't like that. Why do all of their lives seem so complete, like a book ready for the shelves? Their bucket lists filled with items that have all been checked off, yet my life seems so blank, barely able to find enough to fill a page. My bucket list sprinkled with items that all seem so far away. I would listen and be defeated at how much they would say, and I couldn't speak a word. But that was until one day, an older fellow gave me a gentle reminder to open my eyes. The world is a library filled to the brim with many stories yet untold, but many more still unfinished. I never have seen that fellow again, yet the words still ring in my head. So now when I listen to people's novels as they read aloud all their chapters, I smile to see something so masterfully written as they talk about all they have done. It makes me hope that my book will one day be as pretty when all is over. But for now, I'll work on writing one page at a time as I live my life, 'cause now I know that the tales of the old were at one point a mere story of the young. And that's the end of the poems. Last of the tales of old, and the last of the stories in total. Thank you for sharing, Turt. Hello, Dark Storm. Hello. Missed you too. Welcome in. We just read poems from Turt. We started this stream reading SCPs about the fishing stories because I finished off that fishing hub. And then we did these 2-minute mysteries. Each of these are very short. Indeed, 2 minutes. Where they tell a story and you have to figure out how do you know? How do you know what happened? And it's always a little bit different in each one for what they're knowing. But we started out with airport killing. I'm talking while I write these down. Airport killing was somebody was dead in the airport cafe, and how did you not notice it? Well, I was too busy reading the paper, the local paper, looking at the stock exchange, because I do stocks. And then our dude, Helegian, is like, perjury or murder, either way, get that guy, because guess what? And then flip the page upside down, and the answer is, oh, local papers don't do the frickin' things, the stock exchanges. But the thing is, this whole book is from 1971, so kind of a different era. And then we had Anxious Nephew. He stepped back over his dead uncle's body after he turned on the light, so that said he had stepped over it the first time, which means he knew it was there, even in the dark. And then Arctic Hero... he didn't understand that it's dark in the Arctic. You can't start a fire with daylight, magnifying glass on the sunshine, when the sun isn't shining. 'Cause it's, no light. It's how the Arctic work. In the winter, specifying. But hi! Okay. I have a kalimba to play, and then we will do the next 2-minute mysteries. And we'll be here for another 2 hours reading these mysteries. We'll probably finish this book. Almost definitely finish this little book. It's not a very thick book. It's just a little baby book. But let's do kalimbas. Maybe that means I'll do lots of chatting later. I feel like that's fair. That sounds good. Where'd you go, Kalimba? Where did you... Oh, there. Not in your normal spot. How dare I? I did that. That's my own fault. My little page. Fun fact, with that one saying from the old fellow, isn't exactly made. It's entirely based on kind of with veterans during Veterans Day at my alumni school. Ooh. Kind of rephrasing, paraphrasing part of the convo I had with him. Well, that's cool. It's a very good story. Like, all of these are really great premises that you could take for a really long time. You could do really short ones. Like, I love, these are the kind of ones that can be those mini poems, or they can be really rambly poems, and you went with that nice, not long poem length, very digestible length, and I think that's very good. The classic, the really old classic, and the honor your elders classic, these are good. So it's pretty hard to make fire with magnifying glass in the Arctic. In the Arctic, just after the winter solstice, no, you're not gonna get enough daytime. You can't pull that off. Did you know that it's called Land of the Midnight Sun up there? That's for when it's the summer. The sun doesn't go away. And in the winter, the sun doesn't come back. It's a whole thing. I'm stumbling. I feel like I over rambled on Sun or Water, but was having lots of fun writing it. You could definitely ramble longer. Goodness, have I seen long poems. You were good. Okay, it's tumbly again. As I scoot in my chair. Wi-Fi being unhelpful, but I'm gonna jump in and we're gonna do Bonnie. You'll go. That was speedier. It always takes a minute with, especially my Bonnie, where like I don't remember how it goes, and I kind of have to remember the order, because it goes kind of speedy in little spots, and I don't do it right. Let me adjust my, and yeah. Anyway, I'm always a little bit stumblier with it. Hey, that went pretty good. Ooh, it's gonna censor for like 20 days. I don't know about 20 days. Is it 20 days? Anyway, hi Tsukuyomi. Haven't been in, but welcome in. Have a wonderful stream, Raven. Oh my goodness, go to bed, Diva. Thank you for hanging out like you have. Please eat. My goodness, only 4. Oh, good luck. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Yeah, it's a good song still. I'm gonna go for it again. Could you tell which line I stopped knowing how to remember? And I definitely like muttered to myself, okay, well that's what that one is. Huh? Okay. Yeah, ready? Okay. And then wait, we go. I go again on it. Oh, I'm gonna fail it. Okay. So close. I try to do that mid-length, like that 4 stanza style, so I tend to limit and condense. Also to make sure the idea isn't lost, because I tend to veer when writing. Also, making it more digestible seeming cool. Yeah, keeping it to a specific length definitely can keep it digestible. Mighty good. Okay. I think I've gotten used to the Robert Service, where it's a very clear cadence and rhyming pattern. Remember when we read his? I was looking into him again recently, a little bit ago, and he has a very solid continual for some of them. What was that one? Now I'm forgetting it. Better make a poem for you. I'll do all the rambles. Oh no, please no. I expect your frogs have repopulated since the last time I was here. The way you asked that with that emote, are you asking if my frogs have sex? What the fuck? They're people. Chill. Most of them are people. No. Oh, but it is a good point that we're in a cozier time. It would probably be beneficial for them to hear these stories, these 2-minute mysteries. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm gonna go collect my frogs. Hold on. Hold on. Miss, hellos. Okay. Any minutes? Yay! Yay! We're all here. Yay! They can have a good time with the 2-minute mysteries. We go back into those. I gotta make sure we get that little warning. Oh no, that was not the one that we wanted. Oops. Oopsies. Oh my gosh. No, this one. They're all in the same place, so they all kind of... It's hard to click. Okay, there we go. I speak to your phone. No, I ate most last time. No, you didn't. You never eat. You can never hurt my frogs. You will never get to Emerald Lake. Unless I allow you to visit with the D&D stream. But that would still be... No. Okay, I'm gonna put Kalimba over there, I guess. I don't know what else to do. And I guess I'm using the comb for a bookmark, so nobody request comb twing, please. Oh, I could probably use origami paper. What the heck, Raven? you can do that. That's usually what I use, actually. Little tissue paper. Okay. Oh, the honk is untucked. Okay. Our next story. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Get your little notebooks out. There will be a quiz at the end. I do have one poem planning for you. You might remember. Just trying to figure out how exactly what to do. Oh, no, I don't remember. Book contract. There we go. Spoop. You're so rude, Dumda. Okay, yeah, we'll do comb twing after a couple more of these. I'll do 3 more. 1, 2, 3. We'll get through the the first 3, the next 3 stories. It's actually the B's section. There's 3 B stories, just like there were 3 A stories. Oh, I will, Dumda. I like the comb twing. It's good. I just won't do it right away. Okay, yes. Listen closely. Be prepared. It's not really a quiz. You don't have to say anything. But now that we maybe get the vibe of how these little stories go, let's see if we can't make some guesses. I'll put a timer on it this time, and I'll give you at least a minute. I think I should give you 2 minutes, because these are supposed to be 2-minute mysteries. But I don't know if that's the read time or the time I'm supposed to give. I don't know. That is why they were public. No, you may not eat. Enough with the cannibalism. It was forever ago when I posted the idea more. Oh, yeah, I have alluded to my memory not being the best. Oops. Anyway, but okay. That just means it'll be a better surprise. Okay, but here we go. The case of the book contract. The answer is A. There is no... It's not multi-choice. No, we're not eating frog. God damn it. Do I need to... If I can't emote mode, you guys won't be able to tell me your theories. Damn it. You're not teaching the frogs good things. Being very mean. Okay. The book contract. It's okay, Raven. We can kind of talk. We can kind of read. As I slump in chair. Okay, posture. No, never mind. Don't shrimp. Okay. I should like to take... Oh, sorry. No. I should like a moment to scan the contract, said the scholarly, white-haired man who called himself Everett Willie. If there is a major point of disagreement, I should prefer to know of it now. Of course, agreed Morgan, the publisher. As Dr. Helegian watched from the leather office couch, the publisher passed a contract of 3 sheets across his desk to Willie. Helegian observed Willie's eyes skim the lines of small type. The pages of the contract were flipped rapidly. It appears to be satisfactory, said Willie, putting the contract into his attaché case. I shall have to read it carefully when I am home, you understand. Tomorrow you will have my answer. Smiling, Willie rose, shook hands, and departed. All right, Helegian said to Morgan. Why did you ask me to sit in on a book contract discussion? 20 years ago, replied Morgan, Everett Willie wrote a masterpiece on the English language. It's become the standard text on the subject. No one ever saw him, however. He was a man of mystery. For the past 10 years, there have been rumors that he was in South America working on a new book better than the first. A month ago came rumors that the new book was done, but that Willie had died a few days after completing it. The man who presented himself to me just now has the manuscript, and it's superb. But is the man really Everett Willie? Or was he an impostor trying to profit from another man's manuscript? An impostor, answered Helegian without hesitation. What made Helegian so sure? I'm going to guess that this is not going to be something we're going to be able to guess. But I'm going to go ahead and skim it silently. And if it's something that we could parse together, that's of a modern age and not of 1971, yeah, it would be unhelpful for us if it was one of those kinds of things. So I will tell you if it's one of those that we could figure out. I've got it. And it is... Oh, no, I've forgotten the word. I'll use different words. Fiddly bullshit. I don't think you'll guess it. I think none of us... It's not particularly because it's 1971 or not. It's because it's fiddly bullshit. But I won't say it's incorrect at all. I severely doubt anyone would come up with the same answer. I will still hum for but a moment. The real Everett Willie, a master of the English language, would not have committed one of the most common errors in the language, misusing the word scan. The verb to scan means to examine intensively. The impostor, like most semi-educated persons, thought it means to skim in reading. I like that you forget words in English, but I forget words in my native language. But I know them in English. I only got the English, and I still forget the words. It's so useful, isn't it? No, there's plenty of, like, you lose. Oh, what did I mean? Just as easily as, oh, why was I in this room? So, yeah. You have to go. Oh, no. Take care. Eat well. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. Bye-bye, Dark Storm. Thank you for Thank you for being here while you could be. I appreciate. I appreciate. Okay, well, there was book contract. It was fiddly bullshit. I mean, am I right? Who disagrees? Who doesn't think that that was fiddly bullshit? Be real. I'll write out the next one, though. This one sounds interesting. Bottle of cyanide. Don't mind if I do. No. What? Okay. What would this one be? Okay, I hope you guys have ideas ready. Alright, so hold on. Give me a minute. Okay. Arthur Maxim sagged in an easy chair. His right hand lay on his lap, clutched about a bottle of cyanide. He's been dead about 15 minutes, Dr. Helegian told Carter. Have you called the police? Yes, but I called you first. I knew you were at the hotel. Arthur was depressed, but good heavens, I never dreamed he'd kill himself. You knew him well? Asked Helegian. We were kids together, replied Carter. Since his wife divorced him, he's been despondent. I suggested this vacation. He seemed better yesterday. We played golf and fished. Half an hour ago, I went down to the lobby for a newspaper. Just as I returned, he drank that bottle in his hand. Inspector Winters arrived. Helegian summed up his findings. You'll notice how lax the body is, said the sleuth, pointing to the drooping position the corpse had assumed in the chair. Cyanide kills instantly, and the muscles go limp. Maxim appears to have committed suicide by drinking cyanide, but no conclusion is possible till we know for certain the cause of death. 2 days later, the inspector told Helegian, the lab confirms that Maxim's death was due to cyanide. That clinches it, was the reply. Arrest Carter on suspicion of murder. Why? So why would Helegian think that it's Carter murdering? I'll read silently. I thought so. I had an inkling. But I didn't have it nailed down. I wasn't going to write it. Cause maybe if I thought about it, I don't know. But I think you guys got this. You can do it. Frogs, you got ideas? Anybody? Okay. It's not multiple choice. Hi, May. We're reading these little 2-minute mysteries from a weird little book I found, as I tend to do. A number of times I find strange books. Jeez. But it's an interesting little short mysteries by the does what it says on the tin. 2-minute mysteries. Little 1-page long stories that have a mystery that you have to try and figure out. Knowing about the newspaper? Did this story involve newspaper? Did it? Oh. Going down for the newspaper. It is not the newspaper. Sorry. It was something. You're looking. I appreciate that you're trying. We're doing these little mysteries, and they're really short. You have to listen close to little bullshits. It's often fiddly bullshit, it seems. Um, some of it's gonna be answers that we would not know today. That is not 1971, but some of it makes sense. So I'm going to read it. I'm going to spoil it now. Here we go. As Cyanide kills instantly and the muscles go limp, quote, Maxim couldn't possibly have held the bottle clutched in his hand. It had to have been put there after death. Da da da. So because it really did kill him, how is he holding on to the cyanide bottle? That would be on the floor or something. There you go. Because Carter was too into staging the scene after he died. There you go. That was it. We're gonna do one more before we break for Comb Twing and other redeems. The last one's called Bullet in the Back. Let's get that type it up. Okay. Take notes, everybody. Get ready. Last one before break. Dr. Halegian and the tour's other saddle sore dudes. Sorry. 1971 saddled. 73? Is this not copyrighted in 71? Was it published later? Sorry, I read ahead. I guess that's the part I missed. Thing is, cyanide poison works like a heart attack. So a person should be cramping up though. Well, apparently it's not. According to this, I don't know how much they actually studied any of these things before they printed them, my dude. But the point is, like, they gave you all the information in it. In that case, I'll tell you if it's some bullshit we don't know. In that case, they gave us that info. Okay. Bullet in the back. Dr. Legian and the tour's other saddle sore dudes gazed down upon two rotting pieces of timber. Now this here spot, intoned their unshaven little guide, why we call him little, is called Bushwhack Alley, being so known for the shooting of two deputies back in 73. Okay. I assume it's 1873 when you say back in 73 and it's known for that. I don't think it happened last year and we're actually in 1974 instead of 1971. I think that was 1873 probably. Okay. Elbow Bend was a thriving town, and then if there's too much of a saddle sore dudes and all the apostrophes, I think this is supposed to be a little bit. Anyway, was a thriving town in them days, and Doc Pressman's house stood right here. One night there's some gunplay in back, and a stranger staggers into Doc's kitchen. The Doc removes a .44 slug from the stranger's upper back, loans him a clean shirt, and fixes his right arm in a sling. Says the stranger, I was crossing South Street when I heard. It's spelled H-E-E-R-D. When I heard gunfighting and seen a fella running from two lawmen, I joined the case. The fella ambushed us in the dead end behind your house, Doc, killed the lawmen, and wounded me. Just then, Sheriff Pell and Clyde Everest, the local undertaker, storm in. I bet that's him, cries Everest. The sheriff draws his gun. A gunslinger robbed the freight office and killed two of my best deputies, mister. Don't give me no trouble. Hold on, shouts the stranger. I was helping your deputies chase the real thief. The bullet in your back says you was doing the running, not the chasing, points out Everest. Seeing as there was no witnesses, concluded the guide, the sheriff just naturally had to string up the stranger. Naturally, sighed Helegian. Whoever heard of a western sheriff hanging the guilty man? What was the basis for Helegian's mark? I don't even know what his remark is even asking. I'm going to read that one again. Oh my goodness, I'm lost. Okay. Dudes are telling a story. Story goes. Doc Pressman's house stood right here. There's gunplay out back. A stranger comes in. He's removing a slug from the stranger's back. Stranger says, I was crossing that street when I heard gunfighting. Seen fella running from two lawmen. I joined the chase, so two lawmen and stranger here run down trying to get the guy. Fella ambushed us in the dead end behind your house, Doc. Stranger killed those two and then wounded me. Just then, the sheriff, not the other lawman, but the proper sheriff and another guy, Everest, Undertaker, coming in. Everest accuses stranger. Sheriff draws a gun. Gunslinger robbed the freight office and killed two of my best deputies. Don't give me no trouble. Hold on, says stranger. I was helping your deputies chase the real thief. Bullet says you were running, not chasing, says Everest. Seeing as there was no witnesses, the sheriff just naturally had to string up the stranger. That's what the guide says. And Helegian, I think, is saying that was bad. I'm reading the answer to clarify. I see. Yes. So, Helegian is saying that the sheriff got it wrong. Okay. Now, you may begin your time trying to figure out how the heck do we know that the sheriff got it wrong? How do we know? If it's a dead end, how ambush? Wouldn't that say that he got a right guy? The lawman went after the stranger. They hung the stranger. That's what stringing up the stranger meant. They hanged the stranger. So, if he was lying about the dead end ambush, then he is the bad guy. What says that he was actually telling the truth? What says I did get shot in the back? Because maybe the first two got killed and he's like, oh, this is not my job. I'm out, actually. Never mind. You know? Anyway. Songs? Songs too hard? Okay, I'll give you a minute. It's easy to get lost on this one. The really contributing factor, before I read it out, is that the guy got stitched up and given a clean shirt. So he's all sorted out and his arm is in a sling. His arm went in the sling afterwards. So what these guys see when they jump in, Everest and the sheriff, They see you. You must have been it. And he said, no, I promise I was helping. And the guy said, the bullet in your back says you was doing the running, not the chasing. As in him. As there were no witnesses, Everest could not know the stranger had been shot in the back, unless Everest himself did the shooting. The stranger was wearing Doc's clean shirt when Everest, the real thief, saw him in the house. He was all tidied up. There was no evidence of the hurt. All he saw was arm and sling. Arm and sling doesn't particularly mean shot in back. Maybe it was shot in front. Maybe it was shot in arm. So, how the hell you know, Everest? Immediately saying that. So there you go. There's the liar. Funny how that one went. I told you it's usually fiddly bullshit. I should have known that. All those little things. But yeah, there you go. Bullet in the back. Alright, we're gonna do Comb Twing. Please, let's do a bunch of redeems. Let's get away from the fiddly bullshit for a second, because I think enough frustration will boil over. And then we'll get back to it after. Sorry, distracted. Okay. Yeah, I deep dived it. If you had it in front of me, you can yeah. Maybe I need to read it twice, and then we can do it. I can do that. I could read it once, and then I could read the answer, and read it again. Because then I can also tell you, oh no, this is some fiddly 71 bullshit. No, none of us are gonna know this. or not. I could do that. I can do that. We can make it work. 6 stories in and I figure out the method we need to do. Oh, hold on. Let me adjust mic. It was doing some wobbles. Oh my gosh, Wi-Fi, you're being mean again. You're so evil. You're so evil. Okay, Comb Twing time. Here we go. Relaxing. Remember that? Here we go. There was Comb Twing. And now... Keys! Keys. Oh no, where'd you go, Keys? I just saw you. There you are. Hiding. Okay. Here's our keys. Wonderfully tinkly little keys. I'm going to sharpen knife and then jump into next stories. Told you I need to sharpen this thing so that it can actually cut cheese. Do its job. There's still a way to go. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you for hydrate and stretch. I'm just going to test this knife again. See how, if it's gotten better. Nope. Not really. Well, that side's gotten sharper. But that is not. Okay. Good to know. Let's hydrate and stretch. Let's do that and then do stories. Okay. Hydrated. Stretching. And that is why model is going everywhere. The dreaded rage puff. I know. I guess I will have to do this. Okay. Good stretch. Now, I guess I must rage. It is time to rage puff. Okay, here we go. Puffing. Wow. The way I felt very emotionally invested. Wild. Okay. Compare. Next 2-minute mysteries. We will try the read twice method this time. Oh, Oh, there's only one C story. And then D. Oh, let's unflip that page. Okay, so we'll do 4 stories in a row, probably. Okay. Oh, hey. Honestly, why I want a book where this guy rents a house, scary things happen that don't phase him until the ghost gets so fed up with the guy. He's like, dude, 15 people died in this house. You're not leaving? And the guy's like, no, rent here is $150 a month. And in this economy, a president could have died here. I'd still take it. I don't know why I random thought about that. To the sound of paper. Okay, I'm back. I thought I heard a mongoose. Jesus, you guys. 80s? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, isn't that kind of the Ghosts TV show's premise? They're like, well, I know I'm living with ghosts now, but I don't care. I mean, it's not quite that, but they're like, yeah, might as well. My steer was Raven. Yeah. It's rage puffing, dang it. Where was I? Oh, yes. This one's gonna be interesting. It's got a heck of a title, so let's write that out. What are the next ones? There are longer titles. And well, that one sounds. Okay. Ghost show. It's called Ghosts, and there's a UK and US version. I don't know. Check them out if you feel like a ghost comedy sitcom based on a manor being filled with the various ghosts that have lived there and the new owners finally being able to see them. Yeah, basically. Brace yourselves. There you go. We'll see what this is. I'm mildly nervous. I will. Oh my goodness. He scooted in the chair. I promise. Okay. Confederate Half-Dollar. I will read once. I will read the answer. I will tell you if it's nonsense. You will never guess. And if it's not total nonsense, I will read through the story again, trying to just a little bit make sure that you hear the part that's important. Because maybe I fucked it up the first time. Alright. Driving through a dilapidated neighborhood at midnight, Dr. Halegian abruptly stomped on his brakes. His headlights had illuminated a man lying on the sidewalk. The man still breathed, though strangulation marks on his neck indicated the sleuth's sudden arrival had scared off the assailant in the nick of time. The street was deserted till an elderly man stepped from the door of a decaying building nearby. Why, it's old Keys. I knew this would happen. I warned him. Warned him about what? Demanded Halegian. About going around jingling his Confederate half-dollar. I'm Stevens. Keys and I have lived across the hall from each other for 20 years. 10 minutes ago, I heard him go out. He jingles that half-dollar all the time, as if inviting somebody to rob him. Yeah, blame the victim. Is the half-dollar valuable? It is one of 4 made in 1861, and it's worth about $5,000. Big moolah back then, said Stevens. Keys kept it as a good luck charm. I've told him to be careful. Is it stolen? Halegian refused to permit a search on the sidewalk. At the hospital, however, the coin was found in Keyes' right trouser pocket. Helegian telephoned Inspector Winters. The only other items Keyes carried were 2 handkerchiefs and a leather wallet containing a dollar bill, said the sleuth. I suggest you arrest Stevens at once. How come? Well, I'm going to tell you right now what I think before I even answer. Because he was the only other person mentioned in the fucking story. just gonna say that makes it kind of important. Who else would we have been able to blame? Anyway, okay. But why? How would we know? I will read silently. Ah. I know now. I reread. This was honestly something I was considering, but I didn't think of it as the reason. Driving through a dilapidated neighborhood at midnight, Dr. Helegian abruptly stomped on his brakes. His headlights had illuminated a man lying on the sidewalk. The man still breathed, though strangulation marks on his neck indicated the sleuth's sudden arrival had scared off the assailant in the nick of time. The street was deserted till an elderly man stepped through the door of a decaying building nearby. Why, it's old Keyes. I knew this would happen. I warned him. Warned him about what? Demanded Helegian. About going around jingling his Confederate half-dollar. I'm Stevens. Keyes and I have lived across the hall from each other for 20 years. 10 minutes ago, I heard him go out. He jingles that half-dollar all the time, as if inviting somebody to rob him. Is the half-dollar valuable? It is one of 4 made in 1861, and it's worth about $5,000, said Stevens. Keyes kept it as a good luck charm. I told him to be careful. Is it stolen? Helegian refused to permit a search on the sidewalk. At the hospital, however, the coin was found in Keyes' right trouser pocket, so no, it's not missing. Still there. Helegian telephoned Inspector Winters. The only other items Keyes carried were 2 handkerchiefs, a leather wallet containing a dollar bill, said the sleuth. I suggest you arrest Stevens at once. How come? Sorry, his Confederate half-dollar. Now, dollar. So, now is your time. Please enjoy the stylings of... Yes, it was the old man, but Hades. Why do we know it was the old man? That's me putting the mic to your face. You're not saying nothing. Okay. I will tell you now. Why do we know it was indeed the old man? Oh, for the people who don't know, the U.S. used to have half-dollar coins as well next to the notes. Yes, they used to have coins for dollar, half-dollar. They still have half-dollars and stuff. And then the notes or bills. Yes. But, do you know the answer, Dum-Dum? I had spotted something. Well, yeah, no. We know why he wasn't it. He said so himself. It's very valuable. But why do we know he was in fact the one that did it? I read. It is. They're very good at the red herrings. Helegian realized that Stevens, attempting to establish an alibi, claimed he had been in his room and that he knew Keyes had departed because he jingled his rare $50. Unfortunately for Stevens, Keyes carried nothing else in his pocket against which the rare coin could strike and so jingle. He only had a leather wallet with just a bill, the paper, and handkerchiefs, soft. Nothing would have been in his pockets to be jingly about. It's a singular coin. It can't jingle on its own. So he didn't hear no jingling. So there you go. I was like, he says jingle, but like, yeah, you said coin. If it was 2 coins, I'm like, okay, yeah, they'd be jingling, but it's just 1 coin. How is it jingling? I'm like, oh, I guess other coins. So I knew that it was about the jingling, but I didn't know what part of it. Because he ran his ass over and made it look like he did. Helegian did not hit him, and his driving up spooked the guy away before he could finish the killing, so he did not manage to yoink anything either. There you go. But also, I imagine if they've got him in the hospital, they could probably just ask the fucking guy, who did it, dude? And he'd be like, my fucking neighbor. Okay, we'll go get him. But they didn't. I guess maybe he's in a coma, but they didn't even say that. They're just like checked him in and found it in his pocket. So kind of implies that he did die eventually in the hospital. But anyway. Okay. The next one. Heck of a time. Okay. Department. Let's actually, I should get this up so I can do that. And then Moid. I didn't intend to mistype the Y. Okay. Alright. Plot twist, he was actually wearing an unmentioned metal ring. That would have been it. Yeah. Okay. Department store murder. Prepare yourselves. Take notes. Okay. Dr. Helegian was walking past the lingerie counters on the ground floor of a crowded department store when he was nearly gored by a bull. What the fuck? Sorry, apologized the slim young man in shirt sleeves. He bowed and proceeded on his way, agilely stealing a papier-mâché bull's head through the mobs of shoppers. Behind him trailed 2 hefty girls laden with the bull's hindquarters. They were followed by a procession of slender men, 2 brunettes bearing matador costumes, a redhead carrying several black petticoats, and 4 blondes each lugging a bare mannequin upside down. The mannequin is spelt funny because old times. I get the feeling that the size of people and the hair colors are somehow relevant. Don't know why. Okay. Helegian observed the parade of window dressers file into a roped-off area by the back of a display window. He thought nothing of them until an hour later when he saw a crowd and several policemen collected by the window. Somebody murdered Joe Johnson, a store executive. Oh, an executive? As he sat at his desk, said Inspector Winters. The only possible angle of fire leads back to this display window. The killer, added the inspector, undoubtedly used a silencer, but what baffles me is why nobody saw him pull the gun. Perhaps I can help, said Helegian, stepping outside to study the newly decorated window, which was designed to sell toreador pants at $39.98. The four mannequins, attired as matadors, stood around the papier-mâché bull. The background consisted of a screen painted to resemble a stadium filled with spectators. I believe I can recall the face of the murderer, Helegian told the inspector. Shall we go to your office and look through the albums? Whom did Helegian suspect? So one of the people, assumedly that walked in with the matador costumes and all that, is the one that we must be blaming. But which one? He knows the face. Which one of these people? I'm going to silently read real quick, and then I will reread. Yeah, the ad wants to go, but I'm not letting it happen. Oh, is that what you? Or are you leaving? What is poor timing? What is poor timing? I've got it. Okay. I flip back. Are you ready for the reread? Or is there something poor timing? What do you mean, Turt? Was it the things pausing? Did the audio not pick up? Is that what happened? You have to tell me explicitly if the audio is what goes bad. You're not respond. Did my audio cut out? I'm still talking. Seems good. Seems good. It's alright. It's alright. That's not what I want to check on. No. Oh, yeah. It said executive. We ain't got no CEO. It's not the chief executive officer, but it is an executive. Oh. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I will reread. Dr. Helegian was walking past the lingerie counters on the ground floor of a crowded department store when he was nearly gored by a bull. Sorry, apologized the slim young man in shirt sleeves. He bowed and proceeded on his way, agilely steering a papier-mâché bull's head through the mobs of shoppers. Behind him trailed two hefty girls, laden with the bull's hindquarters. They were followed by a procession of slender men. First, two brunettes bearing matador costumes, a redhead carrying several black petticoats, and four blondes, each lugging a bare mannequin upside down. Helegian observed the parade of the window dressers file into a roped-off area by the back of a display window. He thought nothing of them until an hour later when he saw a crowd and several policemen collected by the window. Somebody murdered Joe Johnson, a store executive, as he sat at his desk, said Inspector Winters. The only possible angle of fire leads back to this display window. The killer, added the inspector, undoubtedly used a silencer, but what baffled me is why nobody saw him pull the gun. Perhaps I can help, said Helegian, stepping outside to study the newly decorated window, which was designed to sell toreador pants at $39.98. The four mannequins, attired as matadors, stood around the papier-mâché bull. The background consisted of a screen painted to resemble a stadium filled with spectators. I believe I can recall the face of the murderer, Helegian told the inspector. Shall we go to your office and look through the albums? Whom did Helegian suspect? I made sure to emphasize all the people that walked by him so you could give some of that. It's one of those people. For sure, for sure. Now, I do my humming. I give you a moment. Actually, I'm gonna run an ad. You're gonna have as long as this ad takes. Oops. So here we go. 1 minute ad incoming. It's trying to start. Give it a second. It's trying its best. Okay. And I will still hum. Ending. All right, I'm gonna read. Okay. The red-headed man, who had apparently scooped up some petticoats from a counter and fallen in with the window dressers. As the petticoats had no place in the window since Toreador pants were shown, their only purpose was to conceal the gun. Give the man a prize! Give the man a prize! Assuming gender, I'm sorry, but anyway! You did it! God damn you, Wi-Fi being unstable and so mean right now. Fuck you. Ah! You did it! You did it! You did it! You did it! Yay! I mean, I don't think that's relevant. This one was good. And then let's go over here and I don't know. Huh? You are right. Turt, you thought the same thing? Petticoats are undersides of long skirts, not an actual coat. Oh yes, but it was the point was that there was no skirts. There was only pants. He was right. Yeah, I'm a man. I want that said as a 10-year-old. There should be no children here, but yeah, I'm a man. Oh my gosh. Yay! We got one! I'm so proud. You want to know why I thought it was the red-headed man? It was either him or the slim man, but the extra description was on the redhead, and everyone else was in pairs or more. There was no singular man, except for the red-headed man and the slim man. But the slim man had the bow, and the red-headed was more descriptive. It was obvious, because why else would he be so described? Yeah. As I said with the old man thing, why do we know it's that old man? Because he was the only other fucking character. Chekhov's gun. Okay. I'm so proud. I knew I wouldn't be the people with the bow because, well, that's kind of hard to shoot someone with 3 other people with you. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of hard. At first I was like, slim versus big. Are we thinking someone's hiding in the bowl? Is that it? Is that what's going on? Why are we so noted the sizes? But I think that was our red herring for that. This was a gimme compared to the others, I feel. It was good. Hey, no need to qualify it. It was good. We did it. That's all that matters. Okay, double. Oh, no, not that. No, bad. Double. Alright, ready? Let's recreate that magic. We can do it. We can do it again. I trust in you. I believe in you. I do not trust or believe in my fucking Wi-Fi. I would like to change problems. In fact, maybe if I do this... Ooh, tummy, we hungry. I get it, okay? If we do this, maybe it will be better. Might make this a little bit more stable if I ask less of it, but we'll find out in a minute. I'm streaming instead of on 5K, 3K, and I'm hoping that this makes it more stable. It's the only thing I can do about it right now. No, it's still not being good. So mean of you. I don't know what it is, and it's like increasing in frequency. It's not... It feels like there's got to be something that's causing it, but I don't think it has anything to do with me. Raven needs new Wi-Fi. As if it's easy to get the Wi-Fi sorted out here. Okay. Enough mini rage puffing. Let's just read story. The case of the double blowout. Dr. Helegian was returning late at night from a hunting trip when the headlights of his car shone upon a sedan parked across the country road. He swerved onto the shoulder to avoid a collision and braked as 2 of his tires blew. What? Suddenly, 4 masked men appeared. It did sound like a trap. Okay, so we see a car up ahead. He swerved to avoid a collision and braked. He must have hit something with his tires, I guess. Wait, why am I saying this? I'm feeding things if I know what that is. I don't even know that this is it. Okay, but then the 4 guys pop out. A neat little caper, muttered the sleuth, playing his flashlight over the scattering of razor-sharp studs that had caused the 2 flats. Oh, there you go. Oh, wait, I skipped over. Suddenly the 4 appeared. They relieved him of his money and sped off in the sedan. Okay, so yeah, they pulled off what they wanted. Okay. A neat little caper, muttered the sleuth, playing his flashlight over the scattering of razor-sharp studs that had caused the 2 flats. Tramping to a farmhouse, he told the farmer who answered his knocking. I was just robbed about a mile down the road. I'll need a new tire. Can you get someone to help me? Come in, the farmer invited. I'll telephone Titusburg. Make yourself comfortable. The farmer disappeared into the kitchen. Helegian heard him speak over the telephone to the sheriff and then to a service station. The sheriff and a new tire are on their way here, the farmer said, emerging from the kitchen. An hour later, the sleuth was recounting the details of the holdup to the sheriff, while a serviceman put on his spare tire and the new tire which the farmer had requested. Then, upon Helegian's recommendation, the sheriff arrested the farmer for being involved in the holdup. Why? I know. Oh my gosh, guys, I know. But I'm going to read it silently. That's not what I was going to say. Incorrect. Sir, you have far too much money. We shall bear your burden and let your fortune be ours. Yeah, relieved him of his money is such a sweet way of saying that. So they had a different answer than I was going to say. And it feels a little bit like 1971 bullshit. But maybe not. Yeah, maybe. If you're really into cars, you'll probably get the version they put here, or you pay attention to car shit. if you don't have a car, if you live in the forest like I do, you're not going to get the version that they said. But maybe you'll get the version that I thought. We will reread. Dr. Helegian was returning late at night from a hunting trip when the headlights of his car shone upon a sedan parked across the country road. He swerved onto the shoulder to avoid a collision and braked as two of his tires blew. Suddenly, Sugar Crash is jumping in. I'm gonna restart it, so you guys will have the leg up. We'll reread it, but after they get all settled, you'll just have an extra leg. Hello. A bear's been sighted. Do you think it's a really sweet bear? Do you think it's a gummy bear? Hi. Did someone say something about a collision? I mean, right? It was narrowly avoided a collision. Yeah. But get all settled, my new friends. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, Sugar Crash. Sucrose Collision. I always want to say Sugar Crash. I want to warn you, my video will be lagging, possibly. I hope it's not as bad since I made a little edit. Oh no, it's doing its little laggy thing right there. Right then. But my audio should stay consistent. So I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. We are doing some riddles. Basically, they're 2-minute mysteries. I tell you a story, and you gotta try and figure out how our little detective guy knows the answers to things like he does. So I've already read this story once. Yeah, the video is lag. Yeah. I can't fix it. Well, my Wi-Fi is not doing well, Sucrose, but I'm doing pretty good. Thank you. How are you doing? I hope your stream has gone very well. Get settled or get out, whatever you need to do. I'm very grateful you brought your peoples. Thank you. Yes, so I've read it once. I've read the answer, but I have not told people what it is yet. And we're going to read it again. So my folks that were here already have a little bit of a leg up, but I'm going to read it again. You guys listen. I will warn you that it's often, the answer is often little, as I've said, fiddly bullshit. But yeah, the book is from 1971. So I would also warn you if it's an old-timey thing, and I will say, yeah, I'm not typically laggy, but the last few streams have been worse, and I am actively seeking a solution. Don't you worry. This one I will say is maybe a little bit odd for old-timey, maybe not. I'll read it. I'll describe the problem again like I did before, and then I'll give you some time to try and answer. Extra points whoever's correct. Dr. Helegian was returning late at night from a hunting trip when the headlights of his car shone upon a sedan parked across the country road. He swerved onto the shoulder to avoid a collision, a sucrose collision, and barked as two of his tires, barked and braked, as two of his tires blew. Suddenly, 4 masked men appeared. They relieved him of his money and sped off in the sedan. A neat little caper, muttered the sleuth, playing his flashlight over the scattering of razor-sharp studs that had caused the 2 flats. Tramping to a farmhouse, he told the farmer who answered his knocking, "I was just robbed about a mile down the road. I'll need a new tire. Can you get someone to help me?" "Come in," the farmer invited. "I'll telephone Titusburg. Make yourself comfortable." The farmer disappeared into the kitchen. Helegian heard him speak over the telephone to the sheriff and then to a service station. "The sheriff and a new tire are on the way here," the farmer said, emerging from the kitchen. An hour later, the sleuth was recounting the details of the holdup to the sheriff, while a serviceman put on his spare tire and the new tire which the farmer had requested. Then, upon Helegian's recommendation, the sheriff arrested the farmer for being involved in the holdup. Why? Why would we arrest the farmer? I will say the idea I had, I realized, would not be quite right. But I was at least on the right track, okay? I tried. And this is something you would know if you know cars, I guess. If you don't, or maybe it's more of an old-timey thing with cars, but certainly I, living in a forest, do not know. And now you have your time to consider, and I have my time to hum. No, that's not how it starts. Alright. You were humming. Think of it for a moment. No, it's my usuals. My usual hummings is... here we go. I'm telling you the answer. Brace yourselves. Unless he had seen Helegian's car parked at night a mile from his house, the farmer could not have known what size tire to order. So how did it already get there? I was thinking, how did he know he needed another tire besides the spare? Because I thought, when I remembered reading it, I thought that Helegian had only said, like, I'm gonna need a tire. But then he would have been able to change it himself on the side of the road if we assume that. So I guess I was dumb. But, yeah. So, how did he know what size of tire to order? That was the answer. Boop. I am worried about my freaking Wi-Fi. It's not doing any good. It's not even staying up at all anymore. It's really going down only. It's like I need to reset something, but I don't know what I would reset with it. Why is it so bad specifically right now? Who is doing this to my poor Wi-Fi? Why is he doing this? Yay! Thank you for making sure I'm not alone. And good reminder. Pull myself out of what I was about to just spiral of how I am so disappointed. It's still not picking up to stay stable at all. At the beginning of the stream, it wasn't having any lagging. Middle of the stream, it lagged every now and then. And now, as we enter the last bit of stream, it is not managing to stay full for longer than a few seconds. Oh, are you trying to prove me wrong right now as I say it out loud? Is that what you're doing right now? If I turn it off, then the stream ends, as opposed to keeps going. Okay. I think this will be the last story. And then we will wrap up stream, raid out, and people will be able to enjoy a stream that is not lagging, hopefully. And instead of working on the things that I wanted to be working on, I will simply be hounding after ways I could fix the Wi-Fi right now at this time of night. You know, something that is not elsewhere. But I will also do the off and on. I had tried once, but maybe it'll work now. Maybe that was before the big holiday break, you know? So, Anyway, okay, last one. This one is called Dying Brazilian. Dying Brazilian. Y'all worried? I'm worried. What happened to this poor Brazilian? Okay, as I told people before, I will read it once. I will silently read the answer. I will read it again, trying to emphasize the more important stuffs, and then let you figure it out. I recommend resetting your modem router and calling the ISP and telling them to get their shit together. I don't know what ISP is, but yelling at somebody would be a good idea. The problem is that, is it also just a little bit, would they be able to have a good Wi-Fi change, fix up where I'm at? It's difficult. It's a thing. But hopefully it is fine. Don't make screams. Don't make screams. Okay, Dying Brazilian. Here we go. It had been months. Internet server. I think I've been told that before. I got it from context. That I just yell at the person responsible. Thanks, Pat. Okay, it had been months since, get this, Nick the Nose had slipped into Inspector Winter's office to peddle a phony tip. I know because shut up! Shut up! Don't laugh at me! You're so mean! You're so mean! Shut up! Nick the Nose. Could we not give some love to what a heckin' name? But okay, Inspector Winter. I see we have a recurring character besides the main dude. Inspector Winter has been our usual inspector that shows up. It's great. Little head pats, thanks. And I guess Nick the Nose is a guy that shows up because it's been